Great use of a few $1,000s. I lucked into my speakers. My, yeah, year 200 is coming. Are you going to make it, or are you going to go to bed early against him? I'm sorry, what? Just happened? There's a merchant in the corner who just went berserk. So we haven't traded with the mountain home in a very long time. But be that like 3 or 4 years, like ever since we got the king. And this merchant over here, Toasted, just went berserk. He's not part of my fortress. I think he's just a visitor. I'm starting to think maybe. Crazed. Maybe. And he left the map. Huh. All right then. What the fuck? Huh. Well, that's a way to start the day. Weird. Fucking weird. Let me get some music up and running, I think. That is bizarre, man. I mean, it's definitely a possibility as to why there's been no traders, but like, I do check the units on the map, and I don't recall seeing that person. I mean, they must have been there, but like, I don't know. That's bizarre. That is bizarre. I wonder why he would have gotten stuck there. Like, he also took the horse with him. I make backups every 10 years, yeah. Let's see if he's chilling in the corner. 10 years was my last backup, so... I could check the VOD, though. And just look for a point where, I check the visitor's screen, which I do on a relatively regular basis. Wouldn't that be hilarious if I went to war with the mountain home? I need to make a ballista arrow for the king. So if anybody has any questions, let me know. Still pretty standard stuff. We haven't traded with the mountain home in a very long time. I was assuming that it was because we had the king, who's Kade, who was born in this fortress. Kade's parents are, oopsies. Or were 2 merchants, which were Crazy Beard and Paranoid Android. Both have passed away. And is in love with Tyrus II, who is also a member of this fortress. So I'm very much hoping that our king gets married. Because it would be real nice to just have, you know, some princesses and princes running around. That would be kind of fun. The elves have arrived to trade with us once again. Want to sell them a couple mudstone pots worth of food. We're going to keep hoping that we get a gremlin. Keep hoping. That is just such a weird way to start the day off. Such a goddamn weird way to start the day off. As far as dwarves that are alive in the fortress right now, we have Apostle Axon the Second, Candle Pixie, Chimp the Scoid, Peter the Second, Belug the Second, Tars the Second, Abe Exendi, Orson Frakes, Danny Uji, Stone, Goffer, Vuzel Vuzel, Vinsati, Lilum Katsu, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcon, Kade, Tiny Goliath, Sparkly 4K, Black Hole, Simplex, Cherise, Blue Water, Clay, Dreadvic, Bastet the Second, Hazard Jeff, Narvicious, Ryan the Second, Vim ML, Ghost, Ronald, and Crow. Current population is 33. With the migrants, it's, an extra few, so we're up to 6. How old is Stone? That's a good question. How old is Stone? We managed to fix your depression, which is incredible. Took several years of training and mental fortitude, but she has become accepting, remembering being out in the sunshine again, and mulling over the reoccurring memory has allowed her to rethink her intellectual values. And she very much enjoys reading, but she does occasionally get worried. Do I generally turn away bards? I haven't seen a bard in this fortress in a very long time, but generally no. I like getting the rumors. It's worth the risks of the silly shenanigans that can happen. This fortress, though, we don't get any visitors. Because this fortress is in year 203 of the world. And because this world started in year 200, or year 1... I can't words. This fortress started in year 5. We are now 198 years into this fortress. So due to the way the game's memory works, I doubt we'll ever get another visitor. What would that intellectual value be? I was worried you were going to ask that. Hold on, let me go check. She actively avoids exciting and stressful situations after gaining a sibling in the year 190. She believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining due to being out in the sunshine again in 202. There you go. So you believe that it is good to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining because you're out in the sun. And you're satisfied after reading In Pursuit of Social Animals. And you feel wonder after learning In Pursuit of Social Animals. Elves are still unpacking. Can't quite trade with them yet. But yes, Cooler, we do indeed have the king. One of my dwarves inherited the throne. It was a pretty good time. Although, fortunately, we've had minimal prison sentences due to the kingly activities, which is good. What do we have? We have a yak, a horse, tree frog, donkey, wren, dingo. Looks like that's it. No sunshine. Motes of light strings. A pink jade altar. Now that I will take. Thank you, Elvies. Shouldn't you be going and doing managery things? You know, like assigning an iron ballista arrow? How about, because you haven't done that for some reason, I just go down here and assign it manually? Vinsati is carrying what looks like a water buffalo bow. Did you kill it? No, you did not. So that just died of old age. Or a water buffalo. Shoutouts to Vinsati II for carrying a water buffalo by himself all the way into the fort. So, For the year 200 celebration, we're going to fire 2 ballista arrows off of the top of here. That's the plan. We are going to fire 2 ballista arrows off of the top of this. I'm thinking at the same time. We'll point them both in the same direction, and we'll be careful to, not shoot anybody. And they'll probably go over to the right. That's the plan for the year 200 celebration. We're going to lock everybody in the tavern, and hopefully it'll go well. As for the king, for those of you who haven't seen, this is now the king's throne room right here. It seemed fitting, being that this is the king's dining room down here. Many grand artifacts and statues are stored in here. As for the actual tavern itself, tavern is more or less done these days, including the gem windows looking down into the fortress courtyard. I still plan on building a library up here, which was what the king's dining room ended up being, that kind of blocky room over there on the right. I'm still planning on building a library up here, so that's kind of the next big construction project for this area. Because I kind of want everything to be a little bit more accessible from the upper area. And I like this kind of not flying, but like suspended fortress above the pit thing. It's just fun. So yeah, that's where we're currently at. That's a lot of random dead animals. A lot of random dead animals. Yeah, I hope everybody's had a good weekend so far. Hope everybody's having a solid fake holiday. That is the fake holiday that we're currently in. Stream started a little bit early today because I'm going to my parents' house tonight under my parents' orders, because it's they want to have dinner with me because not Thanksgiving, Easter stuff. But I'm confusing fake holidays now. What's up, Navy? But yeah, that's kind of the plan. So we're gonna get this up to year 200 today. Maybe go a little past that, and I don't know what we'll do in the evening. Probably just more of the same stuff. For those of you who haven't voted yet, if you're on the Patreon, go vote on the Patreon game for the month. And yeah, that's basically it. Well, you'll be waiting a long time if you don't know who's coming to get you. Last up. Corvius swayed. The planter has grown attached to an iron shield. Good but weird? Can I ask what good but weird experience you had? Tuesday's stream's going to end early. The streams are going to be a little weird for the next few days because Tuesday I'm getting COVID vaccination. So probably going to, I don't know what I'm going to do in the morning. Maybe just like Jupiter Hell that day or something. Do like an off day. And I will be leaving at probably around 1 p.m. So I'll only be streaming for like 5 hours on Tuesday. Probably just start early or something. And maybe I'll do a night stream that night. I don't know. But I won't be streaming super long because I will be going to go get shot number 1 of 2. So there we go. King now happy. Jovial having a mandate met. Good stuff, King. It's either his mom or his brother. Fair enough. You were wooed by a female friend? Could be worse. To put it lightly. Well, like I said, could be worse. See what you mean by weird, though. I see what you mean. Got your shot scheduled for next week? Technically, my shot's scheduled for next week. Unless, like, the week starts on Sunday. If you're one of those people who subscribes to the concept of the week starting on Sunday and ending on Saturday, then it's this week I'm getting a shot. If you subscribe to the concept of the week starting on a Monday and ending on Sunday, then it's next week. Depends. You need to meet better women. Top goats. Now that's poking for TMI information, I would think, Bastet. Damn, those elves are leaving quick. They normally stick around longer. Weird. You did say, if you may ask. Fair enough. I don't know. I'm mostly just scolding for the sake of it. I think that we should make our king a gift. I'm going to make an iron statue, and I'm going to queue up 20 of them. And it's going to have some details. It's going to be related to... There we go. The king. Oopsies. Come on. Can I... Okay. Specify new image. Historical figure. There we go. Kade. An image of Kade. Ballista arrow. Let's just say ballista arrows. One ballista arrow. Can I not do, like, ballista? Okay, you know what? Action or relationship. Embracing? There we go. Kade is embracing the arrow. This is an image of Kade Machine Hollow, which once again is the name of my new metal band. Machine Hollow is such a good name. The dwarf and ballista arrows and a ballista arrow. Kade is embracing the ballista arrow. And then I can name this something a little bit better. The crimson tongs, laborious spirit, sizzling lash, the gold of strength, fisher of blockading, belted lens, urn of wiping, whipping. I actually didn't see that. The stake of straps, the riddle of paddles, craft of light, gloved rays, the earth of stakes, lash of workers. I like that. We'll go with the lash of workers. Meng Kubar, the lash of workers, and that's it. Making 20 iron statues of that. Maybe you're just dense. My knee-jerk response to that statement of the maybe you're just dense is maybe you are just dense. I don't know. I still hold to my previous statement of just need to meet more women. Problem is getting outside, though. Stupid pandemic. That and everybody's literally fucking bored right now. Everyone's bored shitless currently. Trying to think. Anything else we should do for year 200? Oh, you know what I should do? I should put some ballista arrows onto pedestals. That's something I should do. For our king. Our king loves ballista arrows. I've got this obsidian pedestal. I should put some ballista arrows. Unlikely. Tub goats. Unlikely. If I told half the stories about my ex that I've never told on stream, you'd probably be in the same boat. Question. Oh, okay, so I can put ballista arrow heads on this thing. Can I put assembled ballista arrows, though? I think that would be under ammo now, wouldn't it? Iron arrows, silver arrows, bolts. I guess not. 200 dwarf sacrifices. And where am I going to get those 200 dwarf sacrifices? With this genius idea. I mean, quality idea. We will submit it to management for their consideration, but don't get your hopes up. Yes, sure. I'll just put like a dozen ballista arrowheads on this thing. Doesn't everybody have a knack for dating crazy, though? Crazy is attractive. Type goats. Fortress attracted yet again no migrants this season. I'm very curious to see if we get traders from the mountain home, because we're in mid-spring right now. By the time we hit fall, if we get traders from the mountain home, then that will mean that that dude that was stuck there was the reason we stopped getting traders. You dig the color scheme you've got going? It's pinned on the Discord. If you go to the Discord and you go to the Dwarf talk room and you click on pins, which is a little pin icon on top right, scroll up a little bit, you'll find it. It's there's this one color scheme called like Easy on the Eyes or something on the on the wiki, and it's a pretty heavily tweaked version of that. Well, here's the thing, right? People don't seem crazy until you're no longer together with them and you're looking back on it with hindsight, right? It's very rare, I think, that people go out of their way saying, I want to date someone who's nuts. I want to live with someone who's nuts. I think everyone's just a little bit nuts, and we don't realize it until after you're done living with that, if that makes sense. Like, would I have said that my ex was crazy when I was living with her? No. But would I say she's crazy now? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So there's a lot of that. Not trying to copy. I mean, there's nothing wrong with copying. If you want it, you can have it. I just tried to make the colors as instantly recognizable and not samey looking as possible. The only real issue I have with this tile set is like, it looks like trees are bleeding sometimes. But like that's the only real issue with it. Of course you're crazy. I can tell just by the way you talk, Bastet. But I'm also completely, totally, and utterly batshit. And I'll bet you that my ex talks about how I'm crazy. So, you know, at the end of the day, Everyone's crazy. It just depends on hindsight. Let's get these statues built. You're not sure if you are or not? We never are. It's all about what your flavor of crazy is. Yeah, it's all about finding someone who is the exact same kind of crazy as you, right? Combat is fun like that. I believe it. Top goats. That's not normal nowadays. Well, here's the thing, right? What is normal? Normal is convincing people that you are the same as them. And what's weirder, being unique and the way you are, or being the same as other people? I think actually emulating other people is significantly creepier and weirder than just being yourself. So it's just something that I've kind of been operating under. If I tried to be like other people, good lord. Good lord. Good lord. When did this become a dating advice stream? Or like a relationship advice stream? Not like I should be giving anybody relationship advice. Nothing in civilian life makes sense to you still? Don't even get me started on my takes on the military. Typical hippie shit. It's turning into blind date IRL. Yeah, no thanks. Fucking no thanks. There's a marmot that's getting just shot into pieces by one of my dwarves. There you go, see? Those bolts. Splat. There it goes. Got him, Pixie. You need a new hood. That's getting a little shabby. That it's just a front and nobody is normal? Yeah, exactly. You got a good grandma, I'll say that. You've got yourself a wise grandma. Eyes aren't working properly today. It's difficult to focus on things. It's a good thing I'm playing Longdeath and nothing that really requires good visual focus. Although now that you say that, Alien Slayer, there was an attempt, not by me, obviously, by some kind of shitty people to do a streamer dating show where streamers would go on e-dates. It didn't end very well. I think I got like 3 emails about it, and every time I saw those emails, my response was like, "Heh, good luck." And yeah, about that. Heh, good luck. I think Twitch actually shut it down. Which I think is very funny. There's many styles of shows that I think could work on Twitch, but making streamers dates never gonna end well. You'd think? Well, I mean, like, some of the biggest what's the word I'm looking for here? Efforts by streamers is to like make it clear to everybody that Twitch isn't a dating site. Like, you're not supposed to go onto Twitch to like find someone you're attracted to. That's not what Twitch is for. If you're using Twitch for that, you should not be on this website. There's websites for that, and you shouldn't be here. But a lot of people seem to disagree with that for some crazy reason. Although, that being said, I'm kind of shocked that, like, Pawn Stars isn't on Twitch. I'm kind of impressed that there isn't, like, a 24/7 Pawn Stars marathon happening on Twitch. That being said, if there was a 24/7 Pawn Stars marathon happening on Twitch, I'd probably watch it. I'd probably watch it. Yeah, no, it's definitely gross, but there's, for lack of a better word, a lot of goddamn gross people on this earth. There just is a lot of gross people. I'm gonna slaughter some of my bulls. I got a ton of bulls. And I gotta get rid of a bunch of them. I'm also gonna get rid of some of these cows, but... Got some dingo pups. All the dingoes I have left are pups because dingoes apparently breed extremely quickly. Do you know that dingoes breed really fast in Dwarf Fortress? Like, I had, what, 100 rabbits in my fortress yesterday, and those rabbits were breeding slower than my dingoes were breeding in this fort, which is kind of wild. Still also kind of disappointed that the elves didn't bring me more moose yet. This is another one of the problems with the with this color set is it's kind of hard to tell what I'm selecting on this menu. There we go. Slaughtering all those stray bulls. I'm trying to decide if I want to request more merchants or not. I'm thinking about it, but also kind of undecided currently. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely part of me where I'm super tempted all the time, and I did quite a bit of venting in 2019 when my ex moved out. But for those of you who are newer to this stream, it changed this channel a lot when she left because like the ability for me to do weird shit kind of went up, and I think it actually like on one hand I think I kind of owe her a thank you, which is like a really weird thing, even though it like fucked me up real bad and still has me fucked up real bad, because I'm terrible at getting over things apparently. But it's like I think that my streams actually I think benefited from me being able to live alone. Like the records and the music stuff that I do, never would have been able to do any of that with her living here. She was very much a collector of things and someone I would describe as a borderline hoarder. She had a lot of stuff, so I had no space for any of my own stuff. So it was like I had my desk and that was basically it. Everything else belonged to her. So for a lot of reasons, it's like my life's kind of improved in the time that I've been single. But on the flip side, there's also kind of a lot of shit that I wish I could just sit here and bitch about, but I'm just kind of resisting that because, you know, even if there's shitty feelings there, people deserve their privacy. Blind needs some snuggles. Sure, but you don't have the right to say that. Does that make sense? And is that fair to say? How's my upstairs hammer doing? I haven't heard any hammers today. I did hear they were vacuuming at like midnight to 1 o'clock in the morning. No hammers today. No hammers today, fortunately. Hey, Dragon Man. How's things? Herpy Erster. Happy Paint and Egg Day. The day where you be happy and paint a fucking egg. What season is it? I think we're still in, spring. Late spring. I've been doing a lot of fiddling. A lot of pausing. I think I'm just going to let the game run for a bit, though. After I queue up, whoopsies, let's play it twice. Bunch of booze. Yeah, loads of time. You can go get, like, a meal and go for a walk. Yeah, you probably have 40 minutes. Summer tends to power by pretty quick. Not much happens. Well, actually, the humans trade with us in the summer. So, there's that. Yeah, totally. Top guts, totally. I'm going to get sappy for a second here and just state that the one thing I really wish I could tell my ex, because she's cut all forms of contact off. So it's very unlikely I will ever speak with her again. But the one thing I guess I wish I could tell her is that the last year we were together, I wasn't myself because I was walking around undiagnosed with a disease I didn't know I had. Definitely wasn't myself that last year. Definitely was not. Which isn't fair to anybody. Yours harasses the shit out of you? I don't know what I'd prefer, honestly. Just being told that you mean nothing and meant nothing, and then person vanishing or being constantly harassed. I'm not sure what I'd prefer. Frankly, not sure what I'd prefer. Hey, summer's starting. We into summer. Which means humans are going to show up pretty soon in trade. Which is why I'm making tons of bone crafts. Also because the dwarves need some jewelry. We've more or less given away all of our jewelry over the years. It's time to make some more of that. But instead of mud crafts, this time it's made out of bones. Have a good fake holiday, Bastet. Go eat good food. Apparently she misses trash. Hey, I miss trash sometimes. I used to go see a lot of really bad bands all the time. I miss that. That was trash. That, and then there's the dumb feeling in the back of my head where I'm just like, man, I wish I could just make sure that she's happy. Because at the end of the day, still kind of care about her. Still kind of do. But I'll fucking never know, so. Who knows? Who knows? Means you're a decent human. The fuck's a decent human? Those don't exist, man. That's a myth. Humans indecent? We're not made decent. Please. There's two kinds of humans. There's indecent humans and there's horrible humans. Definitely on the indecent side of things. Masterpiece Cowbone Scepter. Fucking glorious. Plenty of unicorns. I can never get over how quickly they power through making all the bone crafts. Like, these dwarves get this shit done. Equals top 50% of giving a fuck about someone else. The bar is pretty low. What, for being a decent human being? I don't know. I put all of that time and energy to help her get her life going. Worked a job for 5 years that I didn't want because she couldn't maintain a job for an extended period of time. And did everything I could to, you know, keep a roof up and keep income coming in and keep her functional. And I'd like to know it wasn't for nothing, you know? Last I checked, which was 2019, she was living with her parents, so wouldn't shock me if she was still living with her parents just because she worked retail and could never keep a job for longer than 6 months, so good luck during a pandemic. Good luck. Rabbit walked onto the map. One thing that kind of sucks about having a lot of hunters in DF is if they, if shitty animals that give you no resources keep walking on the map, you end up with a lot of skulls. It's like, oh, you have hunters, but all there is to hunt is rabbits and chinchillas. Great. Water clocks. Man, I hope they write some books about water clocks soon. That'd be cool. Fucking water clocks. One of my biggest wishes is that one day we'll get more detailed descriptions in the books that they write in DF and the things that they're studying about in the social interactions. More procedurally generated, interesting descriptions, please. Probably make another 200 bone crafts. No problem. Get that stuff done. Yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily describe myself as a decent human being like that, but Royal Treasure, the humans have arrived, or the beginnings of the humans have arrived to trade. That refuses to pay rent or utilities for during the fucking pandemic. Yeah, no, I never had to go through any of that. Actually, technically, I was the one who threatened to get a lawyer when she was moving out. Because when she was moving out, she took the majority of the furniture, tried to take the TV, and tried to take the bed. Tried to take the bed when I was at home as well, which was interesting. And then I was basically just like, listen, the amount of rent that I have paid that you haven't paid because you couldn't hang on to a job, I'll go get a lawyer and I will make them make you leave everything because the amount of time that we spent together and the amount of time that you've been unemployed during that amount of time, I guarantee you I own literally everything in this apartment. And she shut the fuck up, took her pop figures, and moved out. So there was that. I was the one doing that shit. Because she basically was like, yo, I'm moving out and taking everything. And I was like, well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. If you're trying to move out with everything, Yeah, you gotta... You're gonna have a fight on your hands there. Why is that wave thrash? Or do you try to just kick W there? Ugh. She did pull a big I'm stupid, though. Smash, yeah, right? I mean, I knew I would win. Although, to be totally fair, I did just let her take a lot of shit. Let her take the PlayStation and the Wii U, because I knew that the only game I ever would have played on the Wii U again was Bayonetta 2. And I like Bayonetta 1 more, and I have Bayonetta 1 on PC. So... Zaki said, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Also, most of the games on there that were actively played were games that I gave her. So I was like, you know, you just fucking take this shit. I also helped her pack. You know? My only, this is shit that I've talked about before, but my only requirements when she moved out was, I didn't want other people I didn't know coming in here and helping her move out. Because initially she was like, yeah, my two friends that I've never met are coming over to help me move out. And I'm like, no, you ain't letting people I don't know into this house. And she's like, why? I'm like, because I will attack them. Because that would be home invaders. So you are not letting people I don't know into my house. All right, we are requesting wood. That's what I'm requesting. Keep your brain in the game. All right, we have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss if we are willing to go. What we are willing to offer for you and your craft store ship. And what? Oh, a marmot has returned to a wild state? Did I tame a marmot in a cage on the upper floor? I think I did. All right. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Now we just need to wait for those humans to get packed. Or unpacked, I guess. She accidentally tried to take your firearm from the safe? Hey, yeah. Yeah, fortunately, I don't own any guns. I do own several antique knives, though. All right. Was responding to a DM in the middle of that, too. Trader requested to depot, bringing all of those crafts out. It's going to take a little while to get all of those bone crafts unpacked, though. There's a lot of them. Yeah, no, I refused that. But then again, this apartment is very small. So there wasn't really much of an issue of that sort of stuff. Although her and her dad came over on a day when I wasn't here and emptied the underground parking lot storage unit, but the only thing they took that I would have wanted to keep was a tiny little fake Christmas tree, but that's fine. Fucking $30 thing. It's an antique 4070 rifle. Oh, that's actually fucking cool. That's actually fucking cool. See, I hate guns, but I like antiques, so that shit's neat. Like, I'm typical Canadian lefty fuck guns kind of person, but antique firearms are neat. It's like my dad has a sword from 300 years ago, which is neat as hell. Also, tomorrow morning is my day off. Or tomorrow, I won't be streaming. Is it a curved sword? It's a curved ceremonial sword. Yeah. From the 1800s. It's got like the big ass fancy gold hilt and everything. But tomorrow's my day off, but tomorrow is my day off, but I will be playing some RTS games on my teammate's channel. Evil Trick. Worth shouting out. Maybe we can archive that stuff. I wonder if we can archive that stuff on the team YouTube channel. I'll post notifications when stuff happens. But tomorrow I will be playing some RTS games on a friend of mine's channel. I kind of hate streaming RTS games on my own stream because it's obvious how bad I am at them. But for funs with friends, will be fun. So that's a thing that I will be doing tomorrow. Agree to disagree. Both are dangerous. Knives are dangerous. I mean, hell, a hammer is dangerous if you drop it. So I disagree. Do they still make RTS games? Yes, infrequently. But yeah, we'll see. That's how old you are. I remember when Age of Empires 2 was a big deal. So yeah, RTS games, eh? And you feel ashamed of yourself for that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like guns and don't think anybody should own guns, period. That being said, old guns that should be in a museum, I would like to see in a museum and are fucking cool. But like I said, typical Canadian lefty. But welcome back, Snow. What's up, man? That being said, if you own stuff, I ain't going to take it away from you. I'm not going to go after your hobbies. Just like I'm not going to go after all my friends who own guns. I don't like them. Don't want to be around them. It's actually kind of funny. My best friend, Kevin, is very much a gun nut. And we've joked before about how we would be great roommates because we have all of the same like interests in a lot of ways and get along real well. But we could never be roommates because he has like thousands of dollars in firearms in his safe in his bedroom, and it would make me incredibly uncomfortable being in a space with that. But we would be the best roommates. So we could like literally never live together because he owns firearms. See, I consider that like more family heirlooms, but that's more along the lines of like a museum. He's got modern firearms. But I don't know. In Vancouver just the other day, somebody was arrested for stabbing like 9 people in a mall. So, like I said, knives are dangerous. I don't think guns and human rights should be put on the same level, personally. Humans have a right to happiness. Humans don't have a right to firearms. You want to take my antique knives away? You can have them. I don't care. But you want to take cars away? You can have them. You want to take away someone's right to happiness? That's not okay. It's like intricate clockwork, sure, but you don't need one in your house. Anyway, like I said, I'm typical Canadian lefty. You don't need that shit. Gun is not like food or water? Yeah. Marriage is not like gun either. But then again, I'm also arguing with a military veteran right now that we shouldn't own guns, which is an uphill battle. Krabicus, it's good to see you. Oh, shit. Oopsies. Sparkly was my mayor. And just got not elected. Danny got elected again. We actually have a semi-functioning two-party system once again. Neat. There we go. Sorted that out. Please don't, tell me I can't. Okay, you like backpacks and armor stands. I don't think this person, that my mayor is just going to turn around and be like, you can't export scepters, because that would be bad. Although, that being said, I believe that this is another unpopular opinion. I believe that they should police gas-powered vehicles as heavily as they police gun ownership. Because then carbon emissions would drop significantly. They should just turn around and be like, yo, we're taking all of your gas-powered vehicles. You can buy an electric car if you want. They really should do that. It's only a matter of time, though. Is this modded? Nope, this is completely vanilla. You can enjoy your V8 truck. But like I said, they should take it away. You shouldn't have a V8 truck. We shouldn't be consuming fossil fuels. We shouldn't be fishing our oceans. We shouldn't be doing a lot of things. But it's okay. Well, I'll be dead in 40 years, and so will everybody else. So I would just like to see our species live a little bit longer, I guess. On overfishing? Was it the one that's going viral on Netflix right now called Seaspiracy, I think? It was a good one. They tend to do that. Well, I mean, it was it went viral because and then Netflix bought it. Or rather, I think the trailer went viral. And then Netflix bought it. Which, I mean, it's Netflix's style of thing. Happy for the couple that made it. It's a good documentary. Not the first one I've seen. That's for sure. It's just the most recent one, I guess. Although the documentary I want Netflix to license so that more people will actually see it is Fantastic Fungi because it's actually hopeful. Netflix has realized that if they widely spread all of the, what do you call it? The very big doomy documentaries, they will get a lot of subscribers, which is true. Which is why all the serial documentaries are up there. Basically, documentaries kind of go through phases. Serial crime docs were big for like the last 4 years, and now we're kind of into like, yo, we're fucking the planet documentaries. Hey, woe is me. I feel your name right now. Fear sells true. Yeah, it's true. It is true. There's three things we as humans need to give up in order to save our planet. The way I see it. First thing is we need to give up motor vehicles. Second thing we need to give up is excessive amounts of travel via airplanes. And the third thing we need to give up is we need to give up overeating and destroying the planet to continue overeating. And we need to eat local and produce food locally. Transporting stuff is not sustainable. But the vast majority of the planet doesn't believe that, and we're all going to die because of it. So you might as well enjoy your life while it lasts, because it's not going to be around much longer if we keep up at the rate we are. But humanity is also showing absolutely no sign of stopping anytime soon, so... You served on a ship that didn't burn fossil fuel. Well, there is no... This is where you're wrong, Adra. There's no such thing as did your part. You have to continue doing your part. You have to do your part and continue doing your part. Yeah, well, I can't stop people from fucking now, can I? Interesting, though, that we only got one of the two normal traders this year. Where's the other humans? Guess they decided to just not show up. You think human civilization will survive the collapse of Earth's biosphere? Oh, we'll survive. Nothing else will. And it won't be fun. We'll survive. It's a fun sentence to say, isn't it, cutest? Probably correct, King of Knolls. King of Knolls, have you played Caves of Cud? Lots of Knolls in Caves of Cud. Well, Snapjaws, but technically Knolls. I mean, I'll be dead. I don't know about you, but I won't live long enough to see the collapse of the Earth's biosphere. Healthier people might. I won't. Can you please, but if you could please stop your neighbors from upstairs. How's the, I mean, like, you're not living with your family now again, right? Because you're back in Moscow, right? Are you like in student dorms or something? Because I would recommend broom. Hold it up, jump. Boom. Loudest fucking noise. You want to startle somebody? Jesus, that's a good way to do it. I did that, well, not with the ceiling, with the floor. Bang! With neighbors below me in my first apartment. There used to be some people who, not above me, but next to me, the first year I lived here, who were real loud. Although I never really did much about it. They moved out, and the same people have lived next to me ever since, and they're very quiet. Their dog sometimes barks, but he's pretty chill. He's this giant fucking Roddy Cross. This massive dog. Every now and again, I'll hear a very low muffled boof, but that's about it. Pretty chill dog. He gets pets if I ever run into him outside. Very infrequently. I mean, I will complain about people drinking Corona. It's a terrible beer. There's so many better beers you could be drinking, but instead people drink Corona. I mean, I'm just like not going to interact with that portion of the conversation and will instead make fun of it. Axon. Hence Mexican light beer. Mm-hmm. There's plenty of great light Mexican beers. There's a brewery called Bulldog I get up here sometimes, which is based out of Mexico City. It's fucking great. No, I know what you're talking about. Different Mexican beer, but I'm just like making jokes. I mean, that's the hat of Mexican light beer, right? Cutest. Or like Mexican lagers. There's a lot of real good lager out of Mexico. God damn. Good shit. Germans get mad at me when I say that Mexico makes better lager than Germany. Oh, I came to that realization a number of years ago. Top goats. I mean, my favorite terms that a lot of people have come to is the oh well, I'll just prep for the apocalypse and survive. I have the fun realization of, oh, I'll be blind before then. And also I need working fridges and insulin to not die. So yeah, look forward to it. It's a fucking side quest in most post-apocalyptic video games that come out now of, oh, we need to find insulin for Jerry's cousin. Well, the reality is, well, I was watching Lyric play Last of Us 2 when that came out because I was kind of curious. And there's a quest early on in that game where they are looking for insulin. Well, my insulin expires within like a year. Like, I think the current insulin I'm using, the expiry date is like December this year. Yeah, you're all fucking dead. Good luck. Maybe you can like shoot a pig in the head and try and eat that pancreas. Good luck not dying. Second the power shuts down around the planet, I'm gone. So, you know. Heard it's easy to make? Well, the kinds of insulin that are easy to make, you don't live very long with. Here for a good time, not a long time? Sure. Well, that's the take on 98% of humanity, which is why we're all dying. And why we're all gonna be gone. And why the clouds are disappearing, why the oceans are dying, and why we're going to Mars. See ya, Elon. I'd love to get to Mars. We should get to Mars, but we should also go to the moon. We're all gonna be fucking dead, though. Sorry if I'm in a little bit of a downer mood today. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. I think I might be low. BRB. 2 seconds.
Sandwich!
Weird sound artifacts. If you're getting weird sound artifacts, clip it. Post it. Let's see. All I hear are birds. Accurate. TLDR, I am low. Not blaming that for being a whiny, though. You don't know the chemical process, but you could learn. TLDR, if the global power grid goes down, I'm dead. Your body does not produce insulin. Yes, that's called being a type 1 diabetic. Hey, Eternal. How are you doing? A long time. Your dwarf only just died of old age, by the way. One of the most legendary dwarves in the fortress. Wasn't quite eternal. Hung around for a very long time. Old age, yeah. That's how most dwarves in this fort die. How many in-game years? 170, I think, was born in the fort. You tried. No one's eternal. Except for eternal, of course. Good thing I'm drinking this. It expires on April 18th. How's my day? I'm alive. One day at a time. Ghosts are eternal? That's not true. Ghosts don't exist. Beat that! So, I guess they are eternal then. Day's okay, though. The one I ate. Your ghost hunting dreams? I mean, just keep playing, I always want to call it Phantasmagoria, but that's not the name of it. Phantasma something or another, Majuk. I would say Beethoven's music is pretty eternal. Yeah, rip your dwarf. It was a good dwarf. I mean, you had a fucking great run. My existence is a lie. That's a fact. How you doing, Diamond? How was your 1x1 embark? Yeah, it's still morning for another hour. Weird. Why's that? Hi, real human. I am other real human. How you be? Existence is meh. Existence is motorboat. But yeah, no, I am a type 1 diabetic. I live off of 4 injections of insulin a day. I give myself 4 injections with 4 separate needles per day. My fingers are all scarred from stabbing them with pinpricks, and I get to clean blood out of my keyboard on a regular basis. I have 2 biohazard containers on my counter that need to be blasted in an incinerator, and if I don't eat food every 4 hours, my vision goes away and I die of low blood sugar. It's finger pokes instead of other places. Fingers heal faster than other places. And fingers have high circulation, so it's very easy to bleed with a very small wound. Sounds like a regular party Sunday. Oh, you fucking bet. How you doing, Saya? What is that emote? Is that a Pokemon? Looks like a Pokemon. I'm just going to pretend it's a Pokemon. It's your emote, so you should know what it is. Is that a Pokemon? I've never seen a Pokemon before. I'm just told that Pokemons exist. Is your character Persona? Persona? So it's a Persona? So it's from the video game Persona? I'm gonna stop giving you a hard time now. But it does look like a Pokemon to me. Then again, I'm basically like, I show my my old manisms when I see Pokemons. How big is my population? 33, technically. 36 if you count the extras. But we used to have like 50. But because of the number of dead and missing, we don't get migrants or visitors. It's a memory issue, supposedly. When you hit 3,000 dead and missing, you stop getting migrants and visitors. I haven't repeated this list yet. Kind of looks, I don't know. It's better designs than most of the Pokemon. Don't they have a Pokemon that's literally a bag of garbage? It must be nationalists. I mean, technically, they're actually naturalists. Oh, hey, Ryan grew up. He's a peasant. Or she's a peasant, I think. Yes, she's a peasant. She was disgusted after being nauseated by the sun. What do you like? Siltstones, steel, Clara opal, alpaca leather, donkey hoof, coral, giant cockatiel parchment, waves and traction benches and scepters, catapult parts, and giant goats for their eating habits. Prefers to eat dwarven sugar. Jesus. Fisher berries, artichoke wine. I mean, why do you need clothes when you have beards? A horse and a bunny. I could see horse, don't see the bunny. We'll give you bone carving and weaving. Butchery. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give you all of the healthcare stuff because you like helping people. Armoring, metal crafting, gem setting. Because I need another gem setter. No, just don't stand behind him. And it doesn't matter because you got beard, right? Also, hey, Robotic Ronald. Who figured out the memory issue? The wiki. I don't know. Ask the wiki. I mean, if you're murdering a lot of things, it's pretty easy to figure out the dead issue. If you're using DFHack, you can actually clear that screen too. An Otter Fortress mod? I read that as Other Fortress mod. I was like, did you make a first one? An Otter Fortress, like otter people? Is it been utterly successful? Is this game still being worked on actively by the dev? Absolutely, yeah. You know, they've never stopped. They put out updates weekly, and we got a patch like a month and a half ago. Yep. I'm always surprised that people think that this game doesn't get developed or something. That's one of the reasons why it's cool, is because it's been in active development since 2006. Patches can sometimes be slow, but that's just because this is very much it's done when it's done and doesn't worry about keeping up with modern patching regiments. They update it when it gets updated. Autumn has come. Stone, you're back, yeah? I think you are. And after this, we have one more year, and that's year 200. Yep. Autumn has come. And we'll see if we trade with the Mountain Home. Now that trader went berserk over in the corner of the map. human tributes have arrived from the two places that human tributes come from. Council of Men, yeah, right. There's a bunch of owls flying around. This guy's got a bag of something. Well, at least that one's easy. Turkey bone earring, 5 garden crest leaves, 1 pineapple opal. I'd like a pineapple. That sounds real nice. 25 iron arrows, a rope reed bag. I'm assuming you got it. Oh, you have a giant tick? Giant ticks can like 3-shot your dwarves, be wary. Knowing them, it's probably just a turkey bone earring. I doubt it's worth looking at, but I can check. Although I get to like dig it out of the pile of my own crafts. Yeah, it's just a turkey bone earring. A turkey bone earring. Yep, a very simple turkey bone earring. You were trying to beat Minesweeper? Don't hurt it. Minesweeper did nothing wrong. Made giant variations, keeping them close to the real versions. Modded hundreds of butchering values and about everything to reflect it real better. Just trying to figure out how to make it an entity and use multiple species more equally. So what's the end goal of this mod attempt that you're working on? Let me know when you want me to scroll. Ooh, red root dye. Copper mail shirt. Dingo leather quiver. Strawberries. They're still bringing us strawberries. 5 grapes. And a quacker down there at the bottom. And cavy blood. Almost as useless as cavies. Skunk leather sandals. Yeah, it's a duck. They brought us a duck. How nice of them. Them humans. The big dumb humans. Five whole prickleberries, yeah. Well, I can put that duck into here, which is where I had my chickens until they all died of old age. There it is. Get that quacker up here. It isn't crazy overpowered and tends to play uniquely. Well, best of luck. Is it a mod you're just making for you, or do you intend to share it? Before dwarves grab them? I didn't have a rooster, so, I mean, I was pretty diligent about slaughtering the extras, and then my rooster died of old age when I wasn't paying attention and accidentally slaughtered the extras. So I then had no fertilized eggs, and so they eventually just died. Generally, I'm pretty good about that stuff. There's also a setting to automatically forbid them if you want, but yeah. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar again. Just gonna make sure that I'm no longer low. Back in a sec. Hello, Vigario. Your dwarf recently died of old age, by the way. Did someone die? Nope. The king has indeed ended a mandate, though. Bunch of things were slaughtered. No one died. Bunch of things were slaughtered. What made you think someone died? Oh, probably because of the scream. Isn't that the sound that it makes when someone dies in Sound Sense? I think. Yeah, no, that's literally the sound command that Axon used by doing this. I don't have Sound Sense installed. I also don't have any mods or DF hack or anything. This is completely vanilla, so there are no sounds in the game. So no one died. Now I charge my chat money via Patreon for those sound commands. So those sound commands are how I make a living, more or less. Well, not solely, but it's a part of my living. I think it's absolutely atrocious. Robotic Ronald. I hate it. The first time I saw somebody using it, I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? This is garbage. Why would you use this? But lots of people seem to like it, I guess. So. I think the music that comes in it's pretty good, but the dwarf sounds are like awful. And it becomes a ghost fortress. The original 7 have all died of old age. We are currently in like great-great-great-grandchildren from the original fort. I mean, your kids are running around, Vigaro. You died of old age. Let's see if I can find one of the dwarves that was one of your dwarves' kids. Yeah, there you go. This dwarf was one of your kids. Cutest ghost. Alongside of Blue Water, Ryan, who just grew up, and Crow. We're all alive. You and your wife have died of old age. Do your dwindle, like, is my population dwindling? I mean, every time it dwindles, I just request a bunch of merchants from another fort and we boot it back up. I mean, the lowest it's gone is 25, but I've been as high as 50 and gone as low as 25, so it just kind of goes up and down. There's multiple ways to increase the population if stuff gets bad. But generally, they just make babies and we raise the kids and keep the fortresses going. That's usually how it goes. So does the population dwindle? No, not really. Not generally, no. I mean, it could be if I wasn't diligent, but... Or diligent. And actually, like, playing the game, but... Like, if I just let it run, yes, eventually the population would probably dwindle. But no, I mean, it's a lot of care and effort keeping the dwarves happy. You can't handle any sound sets that you found yet? Yeah. I don't know. I hope that the Steam version comes with good sounds. I hope the Steam version comes with good sounds. Every day we come close to the Steam version? Yeah. In theory. I mean, there will be a news post again this week. We didn't get one last week because they're every other week. So on Thursday, there will be some new screenshots. I'm hoping we'll see goblins this week. Like more than we saw last week. So. Because last week was caverns. How do you close off a hole to the caverns? Where's the hole? Is it underneath the bottom stair level? Because you could just build an upstairs on the up-down stairs that's going down into the cavern layer. You're all right with no sound? Yeah, no, I enjoy it. I mean, I don't know where the hole into the caverns is, so I can't tell you. But yeah, like if you've dug straight down with up-down stairs into a caverns, and that the bottom one you just put an upstair instead of the up-down stairs, that'll fix it. Then you can dig around. That will stop things from coming up and in, but it won't stop things from coming sideways and in if the stuff's coming in sideways. But if it's the only entrance is the bottom level of an up-down stair, then yes, you could put just an upstair and that'll fix it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll probably, if assuming the Steam version comes with sound effects, I'll probably use them, unless they're atrocious. But I kind of doubt that they will be, because Kit Fox's audio design is pretty good for their other games, and it's Kit Fox's people that are working on it, so. Those are what we're going to fire off for year 200. An arrow for 100 years. Oh, you fucking lucky little shit. Breeding pair of dragons. I would kill to have a breeding pair of dragons in this fort. Never gotten that. That's rare. Then again, just seeing a dragon is already rare, let alone a breeding pair. What? Are you're still making demands? Huh. From previous time, before, back when you were mayor. That's weird. So Sparkly 4K, my old mayor, who didn't get elected this year, still has a mandate from when they were mayor. One day, Diamond, one day. Oh, no, totally. Fucking have fun. I mean, this world has just a regular number of beasts, I think. And because it's small, it's very unlikely. But I've certainly gone into worlds with, like, very high numbers of mega beasts, and I've seen, like, 3 dragons in my time playing Dwarf Fortress, so just ever. And, like, I remember the first time I found a dragon, I was talking to Cupo, who streams as well. And he has, like, tens of thousands of hours on Dwarf Fortress, and he's just like, yeah, I've seen 4 dragons in his entire time playing. 4 dragons that he didn't cheat into the game using DFAC. And so it's like, holy shit. I mean, we're currently on 198, but we'll be on 200 in like an hour and a half. 2 hours. But yeah, we're getting there, Riptorus. We're getting there. Got the ceremonies ready, pretty much. Add a burrow. I'm going to name it. And it's going to be this upper area here. It's not even going to include the bedrooms. It's literally just going to be this upper area. I'm going to make them stay up here for like a week. What's happening? Nothing's happening? What? What do you mean? Just prepping for year 200. I don't know if you missed it, Riptorus, but we have a king in the fortress now. That's kind of the major big thing that's happened recently. But I'm just building a burrow for when we hit year 200. So I can make all of the dwarves live in this upper area for a little bit. For the celebration? Yeah, sure. So we can celebrate good times. Come on. All right. That's pretty much it. Oh, also, probably up here. Should add this area to it. Because the actual, like, 200-year celebration won't last that long. It'll be about a month. But I don't really want to accidentally shoot one of my dwarves with those ballistas when I fire those off, so. And that's what we're going to do on year 200. You didn't vote for him? Neither did I, Eriptrus. He was just randomly appointed as king. Because the old king died. I have no idea. I've never bred one before. Tub goats. I think in theory you could, but you need multiple generations, and that would take a very, very, very long time. Although, I would back up your saves, Tub Goats, because dogs have a tendency to aggro dragons, regardless of whether or not they've been trained. Is there some reason your chief medical dwarf is in a tree? Probably got startled by a wild animal. I just chopped the tree down. Or wait till fall. She might fall down on a leaf. I'm not even joking. That might happen. But probably got startled by a wild animal. And jumped. Got scared up the tree. Have you never seen those cartoons where like someone gets scared by a bear and then runs up a tree? Happens all the time in Dwarf Fortress. It's a very common cause of starvation. Death. Man, I am out of it today. Holy shit. It's probably because I stayed sober last night. How do you manage to have so many dwarves kill each other? I don't believe I've ever had dwarves just like randomly start fighting and kill each other. But maybe I'm just some sort of dwarf whisperer. I don't know. I had like one fort once where one dwarf went nuts and killed every other dwarf in the fort. It happened once. That was kind of my own fault. I basically, with the dragons, I wouldn't use them for military at all. I would keep them very separate from the rest of your fort. And, yeah, I would do that. Maybe start, like, training baby dragons and then putting them in cages and then selling them to the mountain home or something. See if you can kind of domesticate them that way over a couple of forts. That's what I would try and do. But I wouldn't use them for warfare. Maybe put them in a turret or something. Try and make like a flame turret. But then keep in mind that enemies could like just shoot arrows into there and kill them. Basically treat them like a very valuable asset, not necessarily a weapon, because a drawbridge is more effective as a weapon. You had a Necro Dwarf die, and then the Necro brought it back, and then the Dwarf started killing the undead. Because their love once got killed again? I mean, then it's no longer your dwarf if it was just a zombie. Because sometimes they'll join you, but generally zombies will just be like either happy or hostile creatures, so. Yeah, I don't know how you guys manage to just like make your dwarves kill each other all the time. It's like, I mean, it's perfectly easy to keep them happy. We're going to do a couple of turrets. As somebody who's done dragon turrets, they're nowhere near as effective as you want them to be. I'm just going to say that. Like, I would build them because they're fun to build, but good luck actually making them work. Exactly, they're cool, but dragons are one of those super rare, super cool, dangerous critters when they attack you, but also kind of disappointing creatures to actually try and use them. They tend to just kind of go die. Yeah, exactly. They just need to get hit in the head with an arrow and they're dead. So, especially like if they're chained up or in a tower, they're like a sitting duck. But I would make it available as a pet and see if anybody claims it. Then they can name it. Well, maybe not name it, but... that or farm its babies and then slaughter its babies and then make dragon leather hats. I don't know. Yeah, no, you're pretty much right there. You're pretty much right there. The fire is still just as big and just as hot regardless of age. But like I said, that's probably what I would do, is just like trade them to the mountain homes and try and just domesticate them by giving everybody baby dragons. That, or like you'll trade them to the mountain home and then it'll become wild again in the cage on the way back and then just like blow up the wagon. Equally hilarious. Equally hilarious. This dwarf sometimes gets depressed when it's not in the military for a while, and this dwarf seems to be quite happy. Just enjoy the ride? Totally. No, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like, the last really successful not Longdeath fortress I did was my Halloween fortress, which ended with a goblin king who was more dwarfy than most dwarves, having a pet dragon looking over a giant pit in the ground where I was dropping dozens and dozens of other goblins to their death as they tried to siege me. And the giant pit went all the way down to the lava sea, and there was and the pit went right through the like living area of my fortress. So the dwarves got to just sit there and look through the windows as things went past the windows down into the magma sea. So enjoy the ride. I need more coffee. Exactly. There you go.
Why are these fools still breathing my air? This is unacceptable!
That was exactly what the Goblin King was saying. How you doing, Spitalier? So many dwarves are just hanging out up here and praying. I'm ready to hit the big year 200. Everything is scared at the moment they're outside and there's nowhere to run. I hate 1x1 forts. I mean, the best way to do 1x1 forts is just dig deeply and greedily immediately. Sort of like any kind of scary fort or any kind of haunted biome fort. It's just, time to dig a hole and live in it. So that's basically just how those work. And I don't know, not super keen. I might do a micro fort at some point just because people want me to, but yeah. Hey, at least it's a break from the crazy amounts of overworking they've made you do over the years. Wins, I guess. So, chat, remember how I was saying I was wondering if we were going to trade with the dwarves this year? We're now into late autumn. No dwarves. Even though that trader was there who went berserk. Still no dwarves. A magma incident can happen? I don't want to know about that stuff, top goats. I like hearing about people that put in the effort to fix their dwarves if they can't handle this stress, not like, oh, we're just going to kill you. I don't want to know about that. It's been a long ride to get so far. Yeah, hopefully it's still entertaining. My biggest concern about this fortress isn't that, like, I won't finish it. My biggest concern about this fortress is that chat will get bored. More ballista arrows and backpacks, okay. Yep. You can graze cave moss animals on grass. Or on... You can grazing animals on cave moss. I said what I was trying to say backwards, but yes, that indeed works. I have this weird feeling in like 5 years after I finish this fortress, there will be the occasional thing of like, yeah, but that one guy did that one fortress that lasted a really long time. And people will be like, who? That's how Longdeath is going to end in the Dwarf Fortress history books. Is it'll just be oh yeah, that one guy did that once. I doubt this fortress will ever be even remotely as heavily as known as many of the other more historically significant dwarven fortresses, but it's neat that it gets referenced a lot already. Got those backpacks done. Mayor's happy. Also, he was blind. Yeah, right. There you go. I mean, good for you, Tub Goats. I still don't believe in the death sentence. Just like expel your criminals, send them to a prison fortress, send them elsewhere. I don't know. I don't like hearing about that. You can put in more effort. Will be an insider legend. I mean, we'll finish this fortress. It'll either wither and die or have some weird catastrophe happen, which will be cool. Or, yeah, send them to Australia, Xade. There you go. It'll either wither and die, or it'll be something that we think back on fondly. Or when I finally end this fortress, someone will be like, oh, thank God. I get to watch other things now. That's kind of what I'm expecting. General Grubb, it's good to see you. Hello. After a refused stockpile incident, you refuse to have another stockpile incident. That's why. I'm actually going to request some migrant workers. We're going to go to Veiled Clasp, because that's where the most people are. I'm going to look for married couples. And you can already see one of my criminals, this dwarf, Warm Shadow, who is super depressed and tantruming. Same with Sweet Sparkle Farts. You're married. I'm just gonna bring, like, that'll do. Handful of new dwarves. So we're gonna send Clay out. And Clay is going to go request those new dwarves. Where are you? There you are. Drinking right now. And then you're going to go make that request. Entirely the Kia's fault. Oh, did they trip them up and make them go into combat? Yeah, Kia's will do that. They felt vengeful after witnessing an existing fight. So I may, assuming they don't refuse, I may have a few new dwarves in the fort in a minute. For Australia, it goes to Tasmania. What, like the devils that they sent there? They're having issues is making them at least a decent military and using them in raids. I mean, there's so many ways to fix dwarves. And using death sentence systems is almost always just going to exacerbate the problem. Very rarely actually makes things better in DF. Because dwarves get so many... Like, I used to be kind of with you, but after doing this fortress, like... I don't know. There's so many ways to fix dwarves. It's actually kind of crazy. You know what, Ryan? You are how old? 12? Let's make you into a scholar for a little bit. Because this dwarf is getting all of these super happy thoughts out of reading all of these books. If I just let you discuss social behavior, I have this weird feeling this dwarf's going to do just fine. There you go. They're learning about discourse on nature. Friendship is forever. So you're not saying friendship is magic. What's up, Fawn? How you doing? Clay, you returned mighty quick. I guess those merchants refused to come. Oh, for you and your forts? Wait, what was that? The philosopher Rhine II has become a student of the militia commander Therese. So Rhinestone is a fucking philosopher? I need to send this to Rhine. That's funny. That was fast. Well. Yeah, Ryan's a philosopher. That's kind of neat. Content after discussing social behavior. Bored after being unable to practice a craft. It's okay, I'll get over that. That's funny. It's really neat when it's just like, oh, you're not only just a philosopher now, but you're also a, you know. Wait, hold on a second. You don't see this very often. So this dwarf who is the like teacher for Rhine is teaching personal interviews, teaching the context of a book to another dwarf. So instead of just, did you hear the one about the rainbow trout and the troglodyte? No, but I want to hear the one about the rainbow trout and the troglodyte. Anyway, like this dwarf is teaching the contents of a book that we wrote in this fort like 100 years ago to my other dwarf. This game's too cool. I don't know numbers because I don't have DF hack installed. I don't like those numbers being exposed to me. So I have no idea how far gone they've been. Cable got caught on a thing. But I've had one dwarf get depressed to a point where I couldn't recover them recently. But that was like 2 weeks ago. I had 3 depressed dwarves the other day in the fort. Every single one of them is now fixed. Because that was Clay, Stone, and Abe. Abe gets depressed sometimes, but then I just put him in the military and Abe trains and then Abe is happy again. So, yeah, you were one of them. But your dwarf died of old age, LaFonda. Yeah, Stone was one of the depressed dwarves. And Stone was depressed because Stone kept gaining siblings. Where is it? But yeah, hated family. And every single time he would get a sibling, he would get this massive like debuff against his mood. Like it was angry upon gaining a sibling, but he's over it now. He still gets into arguments, or she still gets into arguments, my bad. But she would get like this thought, which was like exasperated after gaining a sibling. You know, just like not favorite child anymore. Yeah, I guess just likes being an only child. Combine that with his parents dying, and it's just enough for her to just go nuts for a bit. So I don't know. Where are we at? Near 203, early winter. Getting close to spring. Still brewing drinks. Vinsati and Vuzel, I think, are my two main brewers. See, how's clothing doing? Currently okay, I think. Yeah, we'll do clothing next year. Speaking of clothing, how many items does the king own? I'm actually shocked. The king doesn't own that many items. Only 146. Also, only 49 is the king. King was born in this fortress in the year 154, which I think is really funny. Just because of Kerbal shit. There's something kind of sad about this king standing in here alone, socializing. All the power in the fortress, and yet so alone. All of the power, but so alone. Yeah, I know what you mean. The point where they get to where all they do is just run back and forth and argue with the mayor. I don't know. I really dislike my main dislike of a lot of the tools people use to play DF is when they are just like, oh, when dwarves hit X point or X number of stress, they're just lost. It's like, yeah, but then they describe what that point of stress is like, where it's like, oh, they spend just more time yelling at the mayor or like complaining to somebody in charge and like running around crying and like occasionally tantruming. And I'm just like, yeah, but I've brought dwarves back from that point before. So like I've had dwarves go to the point where they're falling into melancholy for long periods of time and almost starving to death. And those dwarves have bounced back. So I don't know. I mean, I've had dwarves that have like gone nuts, killed multiple people, been put in prison, fallen into melancholy, gotten super depressed, and still like wrapped back around and snapped back. So I don't know. I do think that like dwarves are usually still savable. It's like until they go and kill a bunch of people, at which point then I'll expel them to another fort. They're generally usually savable. It's just a matter of figuring out exactly what they want. Like, I had one dwarf that was super depressed for a while, and then I realized that they really like carrot plants. So I planted a bunch of carrots because I had a bunch of carrot seeds, and cooked with a bunch of carrots and made some carrot wine, and now that dwarf is super happy. So, eh? I mean, I wish I was as good at giving myself therapy. Stone likes his new job and still is a philosopher. Man, a philosopher at 12. It's got to be some kind of record. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? We haven't had enough reason to do that. I'm going to go take a piss real quick. Back in a sec.
Woo! Dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Bring out your dead! Nuclear vessels. Bring out your dead!
Clunk, bring out your dead. Wait, what didn't work? You can't overlap them. Hey, monkeys, how you do? I mean, that was true. Our main line of defense were squirrels. Also, have we done investments? I don't think we have. Plato was super young. I don't know anything about philosophy, so maybe. It's lazy Saturday. Pretty sure it's Sunday. There you go. That's how lazy Saturday was. Lazy Saturday was so lazy that you continued from Saturday into Sunday. Also, shout outs to this dwarf who's running around. Oh, no, not the raven who's my pet raven. Is that my pet raven? Yeah, it's my pet raven. Shout outs to this dwarf who's walking along vomiting and stopping to clean up his own vomit. Shout outs to this dwarf. A+, and then is satisfied at work. Lazy weekend for the win. Yeah, it's weekend's so lazy you forgot what day of the weekend it is. Weekend's so lazy you forgot what day of the week it is. Midwinter in 203. I think that we're going to put that library over on the left, maybe. Or maybe you know what? Maybe what we can do this 100 years is we can go down underneath this and start digging up. Build another tower out this side. Yeah, that's what we can do. Make like a circular one instead of like that weird pill-shaped over here. Not gonna judge? Oh no. Oh no. Are your soldiers using wooden weapons? You should get your soldiers some better weapons, because if they're attached to it, then they will be very depressed if you make them use another weapon. Just saying. They get very sad thoughts. Is anybody here curious at all about messing around with the save? Because once this save file hits 100 years, or 200 years rather, so tomorrow, basically, or tonight, I will be releasing a public copy of the save file, and I will also do, maybe day after tomorrow, Tuesday, that or Wednesday, one of the two. I will be doing a day where I just read some legends from this world on a separate save, and you guys can also mess around with this save file if you want. It'll be public. There will be a link on the subreddit, probably alongside of the VOD, actually. I'll probably just link the VOD on the subreddit from today, and also leave a link to the download if people want to download it. It's been 100 years since we've released this. And in the last 100 years, I built this, well, most of this. So, you know. Nice win, Ghost. Nice. Making the big bucks right there. Yeah, that's not the whole thing. Mincop Militia Commander has grown attached to avocado wood. What? What's the rest of that? There's got to be another part of that at the end. There's got to be more of that. Does he literally just have a wood log equipped? There's got to be something else. Now you're blind. No, I'm blind. You're Diamond Destruct. What did he become attached to? Crossbow. Okay. That's kind of fair. You're getting there, Freeways. What are you going to do when you hit 1,000 hours on my stream, aside from question your life choices for the amount of time that you've spent listening to my channel? You're just getting back what you've gambled. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Meanwhile, Cilantro is just like, bet. Also, something I haven't talked about that much, but I should talk about more. That's a little command right there. Me and my stream team, Halcyon Frequency, which I co-founded with FG Squared, who's obviously one of the members of my stream team, now have a Discord server, which you can... Why is there a unicorn full all the way up here that you're going to go past here? Anyway, we now have a Discord server that you can join over at that link. It's a public Discord server where we are going to be running some multiplayer game servers, which is in the works. We know we're gonna at least have a Minecraft server and a few other games. Thinking like a Project Zomboid server potentially, and some other things that we could, and an eco server, and some stuff that we can potentially play on together, assuming you're subscribed to my Twitch stream. That is a thing that we are working on. So maybe it's worth jumping in there and hanging out on there. Also, another thing that Discord is going to be used for is to advertise team events. So when we do things as a group, it'll be promoted mostly over there, as well as on mine a little bit, but mostly over there. And also we have this neat little live notification system where you can get personalized notifications for every person as they go live. I don't like oxygen not included. at all. It's not a game for me. Do not like that game. Played the original early access version and hated it, and then played the release version and also hated it, so not for me. It's a fine game, it's just not for me. Chopped cow liver roast. Ooh. That's actually like a semi-normal sounding meal. Roasted chopped cow liver. Welcome back, King of Knolls. Another ballista arrow and armor stands. Okay. Also, if you're wondering why there's a combat notification, it's buzzards. Looks like my my manager got attacked by a buzzard. Also, there's just a manager in my tavern. Or not a manager, a buzzard in my tavern who is now dead. Two, actually, that are both now dead. Militia commander punched the buzzard in the head with his left hand, bruising the fat. The force twists the neck, tearing apart the muscle, tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. An artery has been opened by attack, and the spine has been torn. Therese says, I put on a truly splendid item. This pleases me. This pleases me. No food is free, my friend. No such thing as a free lunch. Even if you killed it, you still had to put in the effort to kill it. That is not free. That requires work. That shows that buzzard right for trying to steal my fortress's lunch. There's also a buzzard flapping around in here. It's trying to come over. There you go. Splat. Craft Dwarf the Squid screams, I must withdraw after stating, I have a part in this. There is no need to feel vengeful. The Spearmaster bashes the buzzard in the head with the shaft of his spear, and the injured part explodes into gore. So hit him in the head, and it exploded into gore. Well, got him. Was that another one? Good lord. We've got just like a buzzard trap in here now. That's kind of funny. Come on. Oh no, it flew away. Well, that one's gone. Happy fake holiday, Baileys. How are you enjoying Paint an Egg Day? Have you painted many eggs? I ate an egg. I don't know if that counts, though. I actually ate 2 eggs. I had a bowl of oatmeal and 2 eggs for breakfast. They were good eggs. Free range. Tasty. Brown eggs. They were on sale. I don't know. That and it's been kind of neat just watching all of our communities kind of pile together into one big room It's sort of like a bunch of like extended parts of different people's families all of a sudden stumbling into one Discord server together, being like, "Hi, hello, Johnny Kaboom." Bit of a newbie to DF. The idea of Longdeath is basically you running the same fort over a long period of time or several. This is one fortress that I'm keeping alive for 1,000 years. We are on year 203. The fortress started on year 5, so in 1 year in-game time, well, half a year, I guess, we will be at... kill that buzzard. In 1 year in-game time, we will hit 1,000 years. Or not 1,000 years, 200 years. And then we'll have 800 more to go. Arch said so. I mean, we also put Arch in charge of that server, so, you know, things are going to end well. I'd do a shoey. As long as it's my own shoey. I want to know where that foot's been. I wouldn't drink out of someone else's shoey. I drink out of my own shoey, though. The only problem is I don't have any shoes I think that would be waterproof enough to be able to do a shoey. Well, my boots... I could do that with my boots. I'd have to put them in the dishwasher afterwards, though. I've done that to my boots before. I went to a particularly messy metal show once, Gwar, and my boots were so disgusting I just chucked them into the dishwasher. Actually cleaned them up quite nicely. Any big highlights over the first 200 years? We had a mayor who sentenced a dwarf's husband to death and then married her the week after he died. That was fun. Let's just think. What other weird? We had a child go nuts and rip the leg off of our at the time Baron, kill the Baron's lineage, and then got impaled by a minor who this was like a 12-year-old child who like wasn't an adult yet. Got impaled by a minor. And then his arm was severed off and landed on top of a wall. We buried the body of that dwarf, but didn't realize that the arm was on top of the wall. And that arm proceeded to scar our dwarves for the next, like, 30 years before I realized that there was a literal fucking arm on top of one of my small walls. And to this day, we have this little reminder, this little memorial of Morden right where the arm was found. A nice memorial to Morden created by DeBerry's. This slab reads, in memory of Morden, born in 15, struck down by the dwarf Hops with a copper pick in the year 27, slayer of Tapioc, my Baron. We also got robbed by a cobalt very early on, or not, a pair of kobolds, and then again by 3 kobolds, and then again by the first 2 kobolds, and one of our human visitors killed one of the kobolds. We then made a statue to the kobolds and learned that one of the 2 kobolds that was killed was married to the other kobold that was stealing our stuff, so we separated a married couple, and somewhere in the world, the other kobold is crying for all eternity because we killed their husband, and I feel bad. We have a minotaur in a little maze. You know, if you ever need to release a minotaur into a labyrinth, I could do that. Just need to pull one lever. I could do that. So it's a little maze. It's kind of time consuming to like polish the floors, but I need to expand it. Maybe we'll do that in the next 100 years. That's cheating, but I used to have a boot-shaped glass mug. That's not a proper shoey, though. Like, if you're talking shoey, like, you have to take your shoe off, drink out of it, and then put the shoe back on and walk out of the bar. That's a proper shoey. You have to wear the shoe all day before it counts as a shoey. So yeah, Longdeath is also entirely archived in a YouTube playlist. So if you ever want to go back and watch day 1 of Longdeath and hear about my hopes and dreams and how long I thought this would take, You can find that out there. Also, this whole thing was started because some person on YouTube randomly left a comment on one of my videos saying, you should make a Millennium Fortress and keep a fort alive for 1,000 years. No idea who did that. I also don't know if they've ever actually watched any of my stuff since. But, yeah, it was just random YouTube comment was like, hey, you should do this. Toast cheese in your beer, then you shouldn't drink a shoey. Also, you should clean your feet. The hell? Also, wear socks. The fuck? If you wear socks, you won't have this problem. Also, we have a bunch of unicorns up here. Some sheep. Shit tons of cattle. In my apartment, in my chair streaming. That's where I am. The bane of your existence. Why is clothing the bane of your existence? Aww. This poor dog. Her left paw is dented. Left front paw is dented, and her left rear paw is dented. Just the concept of a paw being dented. How do you dent a paw? Aw, Ryan's now a scholar, no longer a philosopher. Narvicious, what's up? Good to see you. Don't wear socks with sandals unless you're a German tourist. Yeah, don't do that ever. I mean, how are you going to do a shoey with a sandal in the first place? This defeats the whole point of a shoey. A hammer? Yeah, but like, I don't want to think about that. Poor dog. I'm not even much of a dog person, and I don't want to think about that. Or if you've got a tech, yeah, unless your name's Linus and you happen to give tech tips. Then you can wear socks with sandals. Ugh, man. It's really funny. I've had enough people at this point ask if I'm actually Linus Tech Tips on YouTube when I don't show my face. It's very funny to me because he lives like, I don't know, 20-minute drive from me. Doesn't he wear socks with Crocs? He wears socks with Crocs, but he also has those Velcro sandals. To be totally fair, Crocs are the best shoes to wear while canoeing. Like, genuinely, I've owned a pair of Crocs my entire life, and they're exclusively for canoeing. And the reason is, you take your shoes off when you're in the canoe, right? And if you fall in, they fucking float. A lot of shoes don't float. Crocs float. Funnily enough, the other Linus from Linux fame. Oh, that one also wears socks with sandals? Oh, really? That's funny. I don't know. I mean, fucking live your life. But yeah, no, seriously. I've owned a pair of Crocs my entire life, and it's exclusively for boating. Crocs actually make you float. Something just stole one of my meals, probably a buzzard. I blame the buzzard. Responding to a question on Discord. And it's spring. I wonder if we've got any deaths. Oh, I also have pretty flat feet. Yeah, I have very, I mean, I used to run half marathons when I was younger, and I have shoes that are molded to my feet. I don't think we lost anybody. Yay, no death. But the annual tributes have arrived. Heads up, Stone, if you're lurking. It's just the spring tribute, though. 1 year to year 200. Also, Johnny Kaboom, if you have any questions about DF-related things, feel free to just fire them straight into the chat room. And Nervicious, by the way, your Dwarf is still alive and well. You're doing a very good job as the manager. It's been a long time since you were a super depressed Dwarf. You're doing well. But yeah, if you have any questions about Dwarf Fortress related things, just shout into the chat. Or join my personal Discord, !Discord. And we have a room where we can answer questions. Does anybody else get the song tribute stuck in their head whenever the human tributes show up, or is it just me? It's a tribute. Sing to me, Jack Black. Sing to me. Just carrying that goddamn barrel. Yes, with Jack Black, of course. I would, I'm not the biggest Tenacious D fan, but I would absolutely take another Tenacious D album. Oh, that's a nice and easy one for you. An oaken barrel, an enormous copper corkscrew, 1 rope reed thread, and 5 athbowgith. Lime joke present? I read that as president, and I was like, that is oddly poignant. But there you go. Joke present. Need to give somebody a lime as a joke present. No one will understand the reference. I'm assuming you got it. If you didn't, I can pop her back up. Proud after teaching weaving, fondness speaking with his sibling. So this dwarf has been romantically involved with the king since before the king was a king. Do you guys think that this dwarf is going to remain romantically involved with this dwarf or get married to this dwarf? Or do you think that they're just going to continue on forever? The most basic tasks take ages to finish. Don't actually make a lot of stuff. Dwarves need food, booze, and entertainment, right? Entertainment might be making something, or dancing, or reading, or training in the military, or reading a book. Dwarves don't necessarily need to be crafting, even if they demand to craft. Make yourself a craftsdwarfs guild. You can make guilds by making a zone. I have one of every guild in this fortress, more or less. They are in the L screen under L. They are all set to all visitors welcome. Or at least I had them set that way, but I've unset them that way. I should open those back up, though. But anyway, like the Stonecrafter Guild, all visitors welcome. So any dwarves can just go to these guild halls and can just practice crafting without actually crafting if you set them to all visitors welcome. Or citizens and long-term residents only. If you don't want to like bards and shit hanging out in your in your guild halls. And then dwarves that are already skilled in those trades can teach the other dwarves the trades, which gives them the same inner thoughts without them actually having to make anything. Most of the cause of the game slowing down to a crawl is overproduction. So if you can minimize the amount of stuff that you're making in your fortress, and trading away the excess, then you'll do a lot better. So if you have a lot of crafts, for example, trade away the extra crafts. If you have a lot of clothing, trade away the old clothing. If you have a lot of food, stop making food until you run low. If you have a lot of booze, stop making booze until you run low. If you have a lot of vegetables, stop planting vegetables until you run low. Just that's the best way to just kind of mitigate that, is just don't overproduce. Dwarf Fortress kind of lends itself to just producing everything all the time forever, which is a trap that a lot of players fall into. So if you can minimize your production and produce what you need and not too much extra, then you'll be in a good space. But the game will slow down, especially if you have 220 dwarves or whatever the default cap is. Pathing is a huge part of it. Lots of pets is a huge part of it. So if you have a large number of cats or large number of dogs, slaughter the extras. Maybe don't have extras. Geld them, if you will, is also an option. Trade for them when you need them. Keep track of your livestock numbers. You can dispose of stuff by dumping it into a hole and crushing it with a drawbridge or dropping it into lava if you need to get rid of extra items. That's kind of the best little bit of advice I can give when it comes to task management, is don't worry about actually managing that many tasks. Just get rid of the extras and run with guild halls as much as possible. And the elves have arrived to trade? Did they actually? No, they didn't. Huh. So, I have a question. So at the very start of today, right here, I'll also should probably claim all this stuff. Right at the start of today, there was a merchant standing there that went insane and immediately left the map. I'm wondering now, do you think he's like insane, like 2 tiles off of the map and scaring them away? Because it's possible. So what exactly do guild halls do? Guild halls, basically all of the dwarves that have skills in the guild go and hang out in there. And I could show you if there was a dwarf doing it, but all of the dwarves that have skills in, say, stonecrafting could go hang out in the Stonecrafters Guild and give presentations. Presentations are the equivalent of doing a whole bunch of crafts, but without actually having to do crafts. So they will say you have a Mason's Guild, right? A dwarf who's maybe an adequate mason or a particularly good mason, better than all the other dwarves and masons, could put on a masonry demonstration. They will demonstrate masonry instead of socializing. And other dwarves can watch. Children can learn masonry before they grow up, and adult dwarves can get a little bit of skills in masonry without actually doing any masonry. That's what they do. They're another social space for dwarves, just like your tavern or just like your temples. But instead of them going there to pray or socialize and dance and drink and eat, they go there to learn something, basically. By default, they are locked to only guild members, so only people who are good at that particular skill. But you can open them up to everybody, and if you open them up to everybody, they go there. And I mean, that's literally what it is. It's like a seminar. Yeah, basically like a walk-in community college that any dwarf can go teach in, more or less. They're one of the more recent features, and it's one of the best features that they've added to the game. If you want a video on how to do it, there's actually a video on my YouTube channel of how to make and set up guild halls. But yeah, that's what guilds do. I'll shout if I see a presentation happening. But yeah, no, we're not trading with the elves this year because they just fucked off. Bizarre. You could just ask me, right? There it is. It's a heavily modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. Some people will say it's just Krug Smash's, but it's modified with his permission. So, asked him if I could use it, and he said, yeah, just change it. So, I have 3 different versions of it now. I also have the very good tile sets. The very, very, very good tile sets that are not public, that I don't let anybody use. Such as the glorious B-movie tile set, the wondrous Our One True God tile set, and the even greater Shrek tile set. Those are just for my personal use, of course. because, you know, memes! You had a dwarf spend most of their time in that hall teaching. Not really good at it, but here's the thing. Teaching also makes them better at it. Those are some god tier tile sets that I'm saving for my birthday. On my birthday, I do a charity stream for JDRF, which is the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation, and that'll be in June 3rd, and I'm taking ideas for stupid tile sets. So if you can think of a horrible idea for a garbage tile set like that, please let me know, and then I will ask Belug very nicely, and he'll make one. And then the way I'm going to do it is basically just every X amount of dollars donated to charity, I'm going to swap to a progressively stupider tile set. I'm thinking about just like using that old Matrix tile set that somebody made with the Matrix colors, and then also like swapping from progressively dumber and dumber and dumber tile sets. Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be great. You could use a tile set to completely change the theme. Oh, absolutely, totally. I mean, you could use a minor overhaul mod to just like change the wording. Have a drawn by a 3-year-old tile set. Do you have a 3-year-old that could draw me a tile set? If you have a 3-year-old that could draw me a tile set, I'm sure we could make it work. I mean, you do realize everybody would just be mad it's not 69 then. Stone. Man, so many dwarves are just up here praying. Where it's different Windows XP icons? Why XP? Why not 98? Serves him right. Stone serves him right. Also, hey, Hayes, what's up? Have I thought about making a restaurant? In what context? NEOS would be good. I don't really have any nostalgia for XP, even though I used it quite a bit. I do have quite a bit of nostalgia for like 98 and 95, though. Especially 98, 95, like with a green color hue, because that was my monitor at the time. Like half the colors didn't work, so I remember Age of Empires 1 perfectly clearly with everything being green. I mean, this tavern literally is a dome-roofed tavern with obviously the two ballistas on top for the 200-year celebration, with a platform temple in the middle, silver and granite tables, and then gem windows in the middle where you can look down and into the fortress. So I don't know. Isn't that kind of what you're describing? Like, that's not too far off, is it? But shifted randomly to the left or the right by different amounts? I don't know how you would do that. I don't know how that would work, Axon. Of splitting up the tables? Nah, man. Family style big tables all the way. Family style big tables all the way. Family style big tables forever. I just realized I never finished this roof covering. Elves are fine. They bring big pets. Do I ever do an elf fort? No, the game's called Dwarf Fortress, not Elf Fortress. Sheesh. I will once they're a playable race. I mean, right now they're not an officially playable race. They are a modded playable race. So, I mean, why would you play elves when you could play dwarves? I got nothing against elves. Elves are great, but like, meh. They're boring to kill though. Their weapons are too weak. Goblins are much more fun. There we go. The elf marshal's superiority starts to fall off against dwarves who live similarly long lives. I personally very much push back against the Dwarf Fortress norm of let's hate on the elves. And if you want me to go into more detail about that, I can. But TLDR, it's mostly just a lot of the OG DF fandom comes from 4chan. And 4chan likes to be super shitty and anti-Semitic when it comes to a lot of things, and like to use elves as placeholder for anti-Semitic jokes. So I'll fight with the elves if it comes to that, but it's never the first option. Elves are fine. They're totally fine. I get into just as many wars with the dwarves and the humans as I do with the elves. And the necromancers. So yeah, it's very much a... I'm not going to go screaming heresy about playing as elves, especially considering Tarn fully plans to make elves a playable race in the future, alongside of goblins and humans. So, I think that a lot of the default let's hate elves because they exist, is a little shitty. Elves are the Scandinavians? I mean, in Tolkien, maybe. This ain't Tolkien. Although in Tolkien, the goblins are the ones that are being used for anti-Semitism. And in D&D, it's also the goblins generally. You thought it was just a meme from Tolkien fandom? Hating races in any fantasy setting is based in our own racism. I mean, if you look at the writings of Tolkien and look real closely and think real hard about it, that's all that those memes are. So just like, if you're going to make those jokes, that's fine. Just realize the context of the jokes that you're making, you know? If it's just like if you're going to glorify Lovecraft. Sure, his writing is amazing, but just realize the context of a lot of his writings, right? Because of the amount of practice it gives. Yeah, you get to kill them like 4 or 5 times. You have to kill them, the main body. You get to kill the arm, the hands, the neck, the legs, the feet, the toes, the arms, the S, the legs, the internal organs, the everything. Because they all come to life individually. Was an S tier piece of shit? Yes, but his writing is good, so... But like... Go look at 80s D&D rulebooks and look real closely at the art designs of the goblins and think exactly what parallels they're drawing. Think about that really hard. Blink twice and it'll start to make sense. And then look at the original Dwarf Fortress fandom and look at some of the shit that they've done to elves on 4chan. Look at those screenshots and think real hard about it and go, let's just fucking kill everybody instead of just saying screaming heresy if you mention elves. I mean, neither was I. Woe is me. But the internet exists. You can look at pictures. And it's up to us to be better than previous generations were. I mean, it's to the point where like the Addams brothers are like they were on the DF Roundtable podcast a little while ago now, and during that podcast they learned the way the Dwarf Fortress fandom treats elves, because they do a pretty good job of just kind of ignoring that part of the fandom, and I probably would too if I had such a big following. But I think that they certainly kind of have reservations and second thoughts with how they portrayed elves, at least in earlier versions of the game, and they have been changing that as time goes on. Elves are kind of just like hippie eco-terrorists in Dwarf Fortress. Cannibal eco-terrorists. Ritualistic cannibal eco-terrorists. Whereas dwarves are bringing about the end of days with overproduction and overpopulation. So dwarves aren't exactly innocent either. If anything, they're just as bad for polar opposite ways. I know very little about what Wizards of the Coast does these days, but yeah, no, totally. They like as current iterations of D&D have improved a lot, but D&D still has a long way to go, right? But that's also the way a lot of things are, right, Seth? End of days from digging too deeply and greedily. Isn't that like the whole metaphor? I don't know. I sometimes have this thought in Dwarf Fortress of, am I the bad guys? Exactly, tub goats. Orson Frakes has become a weaver. You can have enemies as long as there's equal opportunities for enemies. If there's only one enemy, and there's other options for enemies on the map, but the community is fixated on one enemy, that's a question mark. The best enemy in Dwarf Fortress are the necromancers, because they are equal opportunities. They can be anybody. I've seen animal people necromancers, I've seen elven necromancers, I've seen human necromancers, dwarven necromancers. They're everybody. Everybody is the enemy, potentially. That's a good enemy, right? But if it's an enemy that can be easily associated with real-life parallels of our own mistakes, that's fine, but know that going in. Know that. But here's the thing, right? Elves aren't pure evil. Elves aren't pure evil. Elves aren't the end times world undoers. I don't know. I'm thinking of words that don't exist. I've seen elvish necromancers, though. I've literally seen them. I've also fought elvish zombies. Sometimes it feels like folks dislike elves more than goblins, and goblins are actively hostile. Goblins are actively hostile if they're raised in a goblin civ. Too much thinking about a game? That's why I love this game, though, X8. Like, the reason I like Dwarf Fortress is because of how well it models this shit. You know? It's like, are goblins inherently evil? Yes. If they're run by a demon. If they're run by another goblin as well, they will still kind of go about the same ways. If they're not run by a goblin, no. If they are raised in another civilization, they gain those personality traits and can be excellent dwarves. Well, if you don't enjoy this conversation, watch another stream, because this is the kind of shit that gets me going. I love this shit. And if you don't like thinking too much about a game, well, then don't think too much about books either. Don't think too much about movies. Don't think too much about anything anybody says. Because games are literature of a modern generation. Games are how we are expressing ourselves in the current generation. Games are the most modern form of media. So if you don't want to think too hard about anything, don't think too hard about anything. But if you think hard about a book, why not think hard about a video game? If you think hard about artwork, why not think hard about a video game? I mean, the U.S. military has many problems, but sure. Define evil, Hayes. You want at least one form of entertainment where political discourse isn't sleeping in? Then go play Puyo Puyo Tetris. Like, I can't help you at that point. There's games for you. They exist. It's not my streams. So if you want one form of entertainment where political discourse doesn't seep in, you got to watch someone else's stream, man. I like having you around, but I can't help you. Political discourse will always seep into my streams. And the games that I play. This is what gets me going. In Tetris? No. Every single piece is completely perfectly useful and used perfectly. Tetris is a perfect game. If you think that certain pieces are less useful than others, then you suck at Tetris. Should play more Tetris. Tetris is really good. Did I literally just do a get good nerd? Yes, I did. You're being facetious? I'm not being facetious about anything. I'm being entirely honest. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, if you're walking around stating that you want a form of media where political discourse doesn't come into play, then I literally am unable to ever help you ever. I've never actually played Tetris Battle Royale, Seth. True story. I don't own a Switch. As somebody who believes that Tetris is a single-player game, I tend to disagree. It's highly opinionated. Dude, I love Tetris. I probably have more time on Tetris than any other video game. I was playing fucking Tetris last night. So I played 2 different versions of Tetris last night. I played Tetris Effect for an hour, and then I played online Tetris for a bit. I think you were misinterpreting the difference between ban and censor and simple awareness. I'm not trying to ban elves. I'm not trying to ban people or censor people from hating elves. You can hate elves. Just understand the context of hating those elves. You can do that, and that's fine. Just understand the context of the memes. Understand the context of the jokes. It's just like, I don't allow Pepes here. You could consider that censorship, sure. But, you can use them. But I hope that if you spend time in this channel, you learn why I dislike them. Then don't hate anything. Then don't. I'm not telling you you have to hate anything. This entire discussion isn't about you. This was me talking with somebody else who shouted heresy when I was asked about playing elves. That's it. That's what spawned this entire conversation. You're the only person who's perpetuating it. And it was the thing to play. Oh, it was so fucking good. The good old days. But cooler. But cooler. What? I need 2 bucklers, eh? Cool, but you know, but he said the word but. It's funny. You want to know what was one of my grandest achievements as a younger person? Was the day that I taught a 5-year-old boy how to spell fart in Sunday school, and he just walked around and writing fart on every single blackboard he could find, and he thought it was the funniest thing ever, and he got in a lot of trouble. And for some reason, you guys just typing it, but is just reminding me of this. It's a very good afternoon. One of the greatest achievements I did as a person. How was that trouble? It was amazing. I taught a boy how to spell a word, and he went around writing it. It's not like I taught him a bad word. Come on. So terrible he's going to do drugs now? No, I'm the one doing drugs. Come on, man. Please. Church is awesome. It was the best thing I did at church. Investments are open. Heads up. Not happy drugs? Dangerous drugs? All drugs are dangerous. Even caffeine. If I don't take caffeine for a day, I get a massive headache. And god damn, that's unpleasant. Hey, Corvius. Your dwarf's still alive and well. Oh, shit! They wrote a book that I've never seen before. The Shadow Clock, my love. Who wrote it? Lord Floof wrote it. When did you write this? I've never seen this before. It concerns the use of shadows to tell the direction of time. To tell direction in time. The writing is vicious and can sometimes... and vicious as can be, and the prose is not awful, but not very good either. Damn. I mean, don't take ibuprofen. Unless you really need it. Apparently he wrote it evilly, yeah. God, I wish. This is how you tell time, you stupid butt. Brr. I've never had a dwarf write about the secrets of life and death. Good question. I didn't write it. Neither did you, so maybe you shouldn't be judging Dwarf on the writing of its prose. It All Begins with Ignorance, written by Eric Shadowblade. This is an old one. An essay entitled, It All Begins with Ignorance. It concerns the value of knowledge, and the writing changes topic abruptly, and gets off track from time to time. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. My favorite quote from Tarn Adams, Axon, is the first interview I did with him, where he just goes, yeah, you know, you can read about programming in a book, because those still exist, I think. Books still exist, I think. It's my favorite Tarn Adams quote. You're getting rained on, but what are you carrying? A strawberry. I'm always amused by how big the tile is for strawberries. It's like, it's bigger than that dwarf. It's like, that's a big old strawberry. Congrats, Axon. What are you going to do with your newfound riches? Strawberries are as big as dragons. I'm over here waiting for the Bug Snacks Dwarf Fortress mod. Gonna buy a smoothie? Oh, you bet. Dude, a smoothie would be great right now. Big Berry. Big Berry, a.k.a. Phil. I mean, you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile if they all lie down, Xade. So, doesn't matter how big dragons are. As long as they're all lying down. Because DF logic. Or lack thereof. Oh, so you know how earlier we were talking about demonstrations? Go to stone crafting demonstrations. Watch stone crafting demonstration. Who's leading it? Apparently someone's putting it on, but I don't know who it is. Currently it's just Stone standing alone waiting for it, I guess. Ah. Bastet the Second is leading a stone crafting demonstration. Never stops being creepy. I wouldn't want to play Bug Snacks, so I was fine with watching parts of it. Felt wonder after learning about stone crafting. That's actually a better thought than satisfied. Excuse me. What was that? But yeah, that's what guild halls are good for. But yeah, no, I guess to kind of tie up the previous conversation, Xade, there are video games that you can play that will completely ignore all of that stuff that gets me going. But I love the fact that video games have matured to a point where they are comparable to literature in some cases. So, in Dwarf Fortress, you can stack as many things in one tile as you want, assuming they all lie down. Yeah. In one tile. But if they stand up, they don't fit in the same tile. And the more games I think that we can use to challenge tricky topics, the better off the medium is. Just don't drop water on it? Yeah, totally. Just don't drop water on it. The first game that got you thinking was Deus Ex. Have you seen the Ross's Game Dungeon episode on Deus Ex? Because I very much recommend it if you haven't seen it. It's a fucking good video. It just completely deconstructs the first Deus Ex and talks about all of the socio-economic implications of Deus Ex. It's such a good video. It's such a marvelous video, and the top-rated comment is Dunky saying, "Nice video, Dunkston." Or Bubson, I think is what he called him. It's part of the reason why you replayed it. I've thought about replaying, because I never actually finished Deus Ex. You should watch that video if you haven't. You should watch that video. Oh yes, the game with the bandwidth. No. Here, I'll give you a link. I'll give you a link to Ross's Game Dungeon on Deus Ex. Featuring the man with no hair. There you go. When you have 40 minutes. It's the best 40 minutes you'll ever watch. One of the best videos on YouTube and one of the most underrated YouTubers. Ross could like stand up with any of the most popular fucking YouTubers out there for like incredible writing in video games. But, you know. Fantastic fucking work. Fantastic fucking work, that. It's a legit commentary. It's a legit breakdown of everything that the first Deus Ex is talking about. It's a review, it's an overview, it's a breakdown, it's an essay. It's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it's the first 2 levels of Deus Ex that are tricky. Once you get a build going, it's like, you just kind of steamroll everything. I always got bored when I was younger playing through Deus Ex. I had a totally legal copy of that game. Why would I recommend sarcasm? Like, come on. You should know me well enough by this point, XA, that I'll recommend, like, documentary and, like, journalism content over sarcastic comment. But no, you should watch that video. Like, stop watching my stream right now, XA, and go watch that video. I'll see you in 40 minutes. Early summer, year 204. H2O4S. Cheers, man. Third resub of the day. First sub in like new sub of the day. First notification in 4 hours. Cheers. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Enjoy those stupid skulls and lasers and shit. I don't like ZeniMax. I don't mind Bethesda. Well, they should stop selling garbage video games, but that's more just me being a prissy little shit. I don't really have much against Bethesda, considering they're like not that company anymore. I mostly just... Oh, there they are. I was like, where'd the humans spawn? I mostly dislike them for doing... not Jupiter Hell. Doom the Roguelike dirty, but... I mean, I don't particularly hate them. Why you can't find a replacement for... What do you mean by replacement? You mean like a modern remake? Or do you mean like another game that's as good as that? Also, Skyrim is garbage and Morrowind is good, so what? No, Bethesda was a company that founded ZeniMax Entertainment to be their own parent company. Sort of like the way Google founded Alphabet to have a parent company to do all the evil shit. ZeniMax was founded by Bethesda Softworks to be their parent company. So ZeniMax is Bethesda. Do I necessarily have an issue with Bethesda? Yeah, not really. They kind of make crappy games. They do make poop games. Oh, well, they've made poop games since Morrowind. Everything they've done since Morrowind is... Oblivion was blech. Skyrim was blech. Daggerfall is pretty cool. From what I remember, anyway. I like the companies that they own. Machine Games is pretty cool. I didn't play the second Wolfenstein, but I played the first Wolfenstein, and I remember liking that. I wish the stealth was better. But, you know. Some of that sweet Where's Waldo. Did they make a Where's Waldo game? My favorite deep cut dumb video game shit is the company that made Lemmings eventually went on to work on Grand Theft Auto / make Grand Theft Auto. That's one of my favorite weird dumb deep cuts about video games. Zaki says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Also, 2 of the members of Information Society helped found... why am I blanking on the name of the studio? The studio that made Rock Band. I'm completely blanking on those. Good thing they don't make RPGs. They make crappy open world, shallow as fuck adventure games. Say it. But it makes good shit. Dishonored is good, and those games. That studio is owned by Bethesda, but like they're all under the Microsoft umbrella now. So what the fuck even is a Bethesda now? They're all just Microsoft games. Apparently, there's actually news in the world, which is interesting. Yeah, the studio that made Lemmings would go on to become Rockstar North, which is funny. But no, the guys who were part of InfoSec went on to make Rock Band, which was not Rockstar. I'm completely Harmonix. That's the name of the studio. So two of the three members of Information Society, which is an 80s like synth pop group, went on to, and well, more 90s synth pop group, went on to go be some of the founding members of Harmonix, which made Rock Band. Yeah. Developers. DMA Design, which is Rockstar North. So developer, DMA Design, and then the ports were done by Sunsoft, Probe Entertainment, Psygnosis, and Ocean Software. DMA Design went on to become Rockstar North Limited. There you go. That's some of my favorite dumb video game trivia is Rockstar made Lemmings. Was Two Worlds 2? Is that game trash? I don't know. I've never played Two Worlds 2. You loved Lemmings on the Game Boy? I played a lot of Lemmings at my friend's house on PC. Oh, I fucking love Lemmings. Lemmings is great, dude. Lemmings is a classic goddamn game. True classic. But yeah, that's my that's my favorite dumb video game trivia that I know off the top of my head. 2 Hammer Dwarfs sparring, good shit. You played it on Amiga? I played it on a Windows 95? Maybe it was a 98 PC at my friend's house. Have you looked at the Two Worlds 2 Steam page in a while? Because my favorite thing about Two Worlds 2 is that it has fucking $42 in DLC and in-game microtransactions. Also, some real shit DRM, and requires connecting to a third-party multiplayer server. Yeah. Two Worlds 2, that's a thing. Also, actually, it has $120 in DLC. The DLC is just way on sale right now. So, fascinating video game. That's all I really know about it. Also, both of the human caravans arrived this year, which is good. 2 Dwarfs, 1 Hammer. That's not a fan fiction I want to read. I'm glad that we made it past that era of the internet, the 2-something, 1-something era of the internet. I'm glad that era died in a fucking fire. Can we just move on from that and never go back? Thanks. You don't like that you get that reference? I remember that day. The day that that video was literally everywhere. I was with a bunch of friends, and we went to a restaurant with several different families, and all of the kids were just like giggling in the background and making everybody else want to vomit. It was a good time. Just makes you uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. You never understood it, and now you don't have to? I mean, it's just shitty scat porn. That's all it is. What's up, Tulkas? Let's change the subject, please. It's what, just shitty scat porn? That's all it is. Did I really explain anything, though? Did I really explain anything? Actually, what it is it was the birth of reaction content. That's what it actually was. You saw what I did there? Thanks, man. Well, with the 31 months of Prime, cheers.
31 months of extremely dapper hats, crypt metal, crypt comfy, crypt wine.
I mean, literally, all it was it was the birth of reaction content. Like, it was the point where it was the cool thing to do was to film video of you watching dumb thing and going, ah! That's all it was. It was the creation of a genre of content that would end with the Fine Brothers trying to sue Ellen DeGeneres for reacting to something on the internet. That's what it was. We can thank that era of the internet for the fucking Fine Brothers going after Ellen DeGeneres. If it wasn't for two something, one something. Also, that is awesome. Who doesn't want a beer and a ham basket? I want a beer and a ham basket. I swear I've never thought about this before. This is actually a realization I've just had in real time. If it wasn't for that era of the internet, the Fine Brothers wouldn't have sued or tried to sue Ellen DeGeneres, and the Fine Brothers probably wouldn't have React videos. How do you do that Easter thing? Good question. I have no idea. You're all about presentation. I mean, totally. It's all about, like, putting stuff into a cool place. Let's, Ever want a dwarf in a basket? The way you do it is this. Here, I'll show you. You click on the channel points button at the bottom. You go here, you click modify a single emote, and then you select the emote you want to modify, and then select how you want to modify it. And now I have a wine with bunny ears. There you go. That's how you do it. Tommy's just going for a ride. He's having a good time. Katsu. A native silver pedestal. Oh, damn. Humans still haven't started bringing books out. I want them to try and sell one of my own books back to me. Ooh, you brought an eagle parchment scroll. Okay, I need to know what's on that eagle parchment scroll. Looking for that eagle parchment scroll. Bunny blood. It's a bunny cocktail. Or just a bunny tail in a glass. I'll wait until they leave. Bun gun? Is that what that is? That's just it's a bunny gun. It's like the Joker bang flag, but instead it's a bunny gun. Just bunny ears come out of the end of it. It's actually kind of disturbing. It's kind of really disturbing, actually. I love how that dwarf just like peers over his glasses. It's very funny. It's like the glasses just kind of miss him, whereas like Crypt Pog kind of looks all like he's kind of like a rock star thing. I don't know. They look goofy. That. It's good stuff. I like it. Okay, this is actually kind of a neat humble bundle. It's just a shit ton of assets. It's photo overlays. Fucking. If you're doing any photo editing, it's a pretty good bundle. I'm just saying, it's a pretty good bundle, actually. I might actually buy this one. Might actually buy that one. Let me know if you want a link, chat. Yeah, I really like my favorite part about holidays now, I shit you not, is just literally getting to edit dumb emotes in dumb ways. It's one of the highlights of holidays for me. Although, if you give me a second, I can show you my favorite emote combo. And then, so you do that one first, right? And then you go to this one and you do that, post this, and then go. There you go. That's my favorite combo. What's up, Lake Bear? Happy egg painting day to you. Hope you've had a good egg painting day. Have you painted many eggs today? Oh shit! Spark. We have a functioning two-party system again, chat. Sparkly's mayor once again. Today we've had two separate mayors. Sparkly was mayor, then Danny was mayor, then now Sparkly's mayor again. And also I need to make 2 ballista arrows. Oh, actually, hold on. I'll just... Gremlin for mayor? Not yet. Need Gremlin first. There's doubts on YouTube as to whether or not we can get a Gremlin mayor. I think we can. Diamond Destruct for mayor? I mean, that's more likely than a Gremlin mayor. We haven't even had an egg. I had 2 eggs with breakfast, and they were both very good, medium boiled eggs. Tasty. I enjoyed them. Everyone gets to be mayor? Not quite. I mean, the best part is we still have a king who's actually in charge of the fortress, right? Doing absolutely nothing, but being kingly and threatening to put dwarves to death if they misbehave. As kings do. Yeah, basically. I very narrowly got around a dwarf being put to death. They got out of it with a beating, but still. Having too much fun with emotes? Go nuts, dude. That's what emotes are for. They are literally for having fun with. Besides, like, you know, to all those of you who have the emotes in the chat, it's thanks to you guys that I'm able to do this full time, you know? Quite literally, like, the people who support on Patreon, those of you who have hats next to your name, those of you who gift hats to other people, those of you who watch YouTube videos without ad block turned on, like, it's literally those people who are the reason that I exist. If it wasn't for you people, I wouldn't be able to do this full time. I'd still be doing it, probably, but definitely significantly less than full time, so. Thanks for supporting the dumb streams I have and allowing me to stream 199 years of Dwarf Fortress. I mean, like, seriously, there's not a lot. There's maybe like 2 people who play as much Dwarf Fortress as I do and manage to make a living doing this, and I'm probably one of them. I think the other one would be Krug Smash, probably. Outside of the people who, you know, make Dwarf Fortress. So, I think that's kind of crazy. Man, Ryan's very content with her life. She's a very happy little dwarf. Mastering the Valve. It's all about Half-Life 3 and how it didn't come out. Pondering reproductive behavior. Legendary dining room. Was content after discussing blood vessels. Was content after discussing reproductive behavior. Was content after discussing social behavior. I'm noticing a trend here. She personally sees family as one of the most important things in life, as strengthening after gaining a sibling in 193. Discussing what? Blood vessels, reproductive behavior, and social behavior. In that order. Throbbing veins. Dwarf Fortress. It's a video game. Oh, also we need 3 bucklers. There we go. Getting some of those last few bits out of here. As the humans are leaving. Fortunately, I have 2 different human groups to trade with, so I can do a little bit more trading before they leave. They are about to leave, though. Kind of amazed I haven't had a single depressed dwarf in the fort today. And there they go. There they go. So we're in midsummer. What year are we on? 199 in midsummer. We're about to hit year 200. Not that, like, anything particularly incredible is going to happen. Unless, like, I don't know. We'll probably do a round of beers and chat. And I will fire off two ballistas on top of the fortress. And we will have a month of being hanging out in the tavern. But outside of that, the celebrations will be minimal for 200 years in the fortress. Although I'm going to take a real quick break. I'm going to go do my lunch stuff so that I will be done with lunch by the time we get to the year 200, where we will fire off these two ballistas up here. But I'm going to go take a real quick lunch break. Thank you very much to everybody who watches this stream and hangs out and spends time here. Tomorrow is my day off, and the stream the day after will be oddly short because I'm going to go get vaccinated with my first shot, which is kind of important. So Tuesday stream will be short, and tomorrow's my day off. But we still have quite a bit of time left in today's stream. I'm just going to go do my lunch break, and I will be back in a couple of minutes. If you happen to have emotes, can I get a big round of beers? And if you happen to have access to a keyboard, can you type in the word beer and let's see how many beers we can get? If you have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Good night, Diamond, if you're headed out.
Sandwich!
Absolute bunny goblin? What's an absolute bunny goblin? Also, I return. I am be back. I need a goblin emote, chat. We need a crypt goblin. Maybe once the Steam DF launches. Good night, Stone, if you're headed out. You know, everybody says the demons are evil in Dwarf Fortress. Everybody says the goblins are evil in Dwarf Fortress. Everybody screams heresy when you do nice things with elves. I think that gremlins are actually the truly primeval thing in Dwarf Fortress. Aren't humans indifferent to rain in Dwarf Fortress? I thought humans don't mind working outdoors. Oh, okay. I thought you meant everyone is in every sentient. I'm pretty sure there's sentients that like rain. Yeah, no, there's obviously individual differences between humans. Any human raised in a dwarven society would definitely hate rain, though. But they probably wouldn't need alcohol to get through the working day. That's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't spent too much time with humans in my fortresses in Dwarf Fortress. I feel like I've had more goblins and elves in my forts over the years. There's rotten food in there. I see 2 pieces of food. One of them's got to be rotten. Garlic. Rotten kid. So there's rotten sheep kidney and fresh garlic in this bedroom. This dwarf is the worst person to have on a bus with you. There's rotten prepared sheep kidney and garlic. That's the last person you want to sit next to on a bus. The dwarf that's just eating like fish, or the human that's just like eating fish and like microwaved fish and garlic on public transit is the worst kind of person. There's a special circle of hell for everybody who just sits there eating rotten or like gross smelling food on a bus. It's the worst kind of person. It's a local cuisine. Rotten fish and... Well, I mean, rotten fish and garlic would be like... what's it called? Scandinavia, right? Like, I'm pretty sure the Danish like that. Speaking of the Danish, tomorrow morning, through hell or high water, me and Evil Trick are gonna be playing a game together. on my day off. So if you want to watch or hear my voice on my day off, pop over to Evil Trick's stream. We're gonna try and play Supreme Commander 1 Forge Alliance, but I've been having some problems getting that game running properly. So if we can't get it running, I think our backup is Command and Conquer, because Command and Conquer Remastered is up on Xbox Game Pass and PC Game Pass. So I happen to have Game Pass, so that's our backup. We're just gonna play some cooperative RTS games, because who likes to play RTS games competitively? Yeah, that's the rotten fish stuff, right? Tub goats. I know some of you might be going, but streamer, you don't play EA games on my channel. But I won't be playing on my channel. I'll be playing on Evil Trick's channel. So you should go follow Evil Trick. I'll swing by tomorrow morning. Be fun. Because I don't stream on Mondays, so I can do other things on Mondays. Dried and pickled. Yeah, I would like to try that stuff, actually. I probably would like it, but I also wouldn't like it if anybody ate that on a on a bus next to me. The year 5, Ibel Dagger Carnal became the Baroness of the Ignited Creation. Just like I would also get equally annoyed with anybody eating, like, I don't know, a fresh blue cheese brie, you know? Like, have you ever, like, smelled blue brie? It's just like blue cheese shit and brie. It's so fucking tasty. But my God, it stank. Holy shit, that stuff stank. You can smell it from across the room. It's like, whew, you need to be a brave human to be anywhere near that stuff. You don't like blue cheese? Oh, I love blue cheese. Blue cheese is the thing I miss the most when I cut out dairy. Autumn has come. Which means I need to screenshot a bunch of tributes for Stone. The funny thing, though, for me about Xbox Game Pass is how many people refer to it as being free. Because it's not. It's like, I'm definitely paying for it. Cantaloupe tastes like sweaty feet. I haven't had cantaloupe in a while, and I've never really smelled someone else's sweaty foot. So, it's like feet aren't really a thing for me. So, I can't relate. I'm sad that you dislike cantaloupe. More cantaloupe for me, though. Although, if you think cantaloupe smells like sweaty feet would smell pretty good then, because I like the smell of cantaloupe. If sweat smelled like cantaloupe, I would spend a lot more time at the gym. I'll put it that way. Also, can I just say a damblage is my favorite way to refer to brain damage now? Brain damblage. Just copy pasting this and posting it on Discord. Copper Mall. One large lapis lazuli. And they brought us a diorite block. Not even an interesting block. Literally a fucking diorite block. I need reformat brain damblage. I'm sorry, though. That's awful. I mean, to be totally fair, like, I've heard things about that from, like, similar to that from other people. my ex-girlfriend's mom hated cantaloupe because she said it smelled like feces. So, again, if your shit smells like cantaloupe, you could have worse things. Like, there's worse curses to have. So I don't know. Early autumn. We only have autumn and winter to go, and then we've hit year 200. I've never had jackfruit. Well, that's not true. I've had pulled jackfruit that was very, very, very heavily cooked. So I didn't actually taste any of the jackfruit or smell any of it. So feels satisfied after getting into an argument. I got into an argument with Peter II. That was satisfying. What a dwarf. Holy heck. How does Peter feel about this? Resentful after getting into an argument. I got into an argument with Ryan II. I am overcome by such resentment. I like this video game. This game's cool. Yeah, no, I've had pulled jackfruit, which was air quotes pulled pork, I guess. You've heard jackfruit can be good. I've heard that it's more expensive than meat. I always try and like pronounce your name and it always trips me up. Daketh. What's up? It's good to see you. And a happy fake holiday Easter edition. What's up? How's things? It's supposed to be hard to transport. Yeah. No, I mean, people talk about it as like a meat replacement. Like it's supposed to be like a pulled pork replacement in a lot of cases. But I look at that and I'm like, well, pulled pork is cheaper. Organic pulled pork is cheaper. Organic, free range, local pulled pork is cheaper. So it kind of defeats the point to me. So I just don't eat either, generally. A stray lamb has been stung by a bee. Speaking of lambs, I got tons of things I gotta slaughter. Slaughtering a bunch of animals. Growing up in an AG area, you just do not have the background to actually understand veganism. You have nothing against it, you just don't get it. Do you want me to explain to you why I try and avoid meat? It's literally just it's easier to manage my blood sugar. Like that's all it is. It's easier to manage my blood sugar. Like, there is tons of meats from local places available around here. It's literally just easier to manage my blood sugar if I don't eat meat. It's way easier to predict the way plant-based things are going to affect my body. It's literally the main reason. That and sustainability issues. There's a lot of sustainability issues with a lot of meat farming. So it's just if I can get the same health benefits not eating the thing that's helping destroy the planet, I want to eat it. So I eat meat I eat red meat maybe once every 6 months, and I eat fish maybe once a week. I'm not vegan, but I eat a lot of vegan food and a lot of vegan meals. I'm just realistic and responsible, I think, is the way I would describe it. Like, there's a lot of, like, extremist stuff with that, where it's just, like, I have a few friends who are just like, will not eat meat, do not eat meat bad, care for all animals, and, like, I get it. But I'm gonna eat meat occasionally, just as a treat, you know? And, like, that's the way we evolved, I guess, is, like, we are supposed to generally survive off of foraging and farming, and then occasionally kill a moose and eat that. Like, it makes sense. You were speaking morally, you don't get it? Cows are smart creatures. Pigs are fucking intelligent. A lot of people get whiny when certain cultures eat dogs, and then they turn around and eat pigs, which are just as smart as dogs. Morally, if we're talking like animal intelligence, we are the most stuck up piece of shit race for assuming every other race doesn't have as much sentience and ability to feel as we do. We as humans assume that all other animals are inferior and do not have the ability to feel or think. So thus we raise and slaughter and treat animals terribly. That's the morality. So if you agree with that, then you understand it. Holy Spokes, what's up? It's good to see you. So that's the morality behind why a lot of people are, or by why some people are vegan. It's we as a species are destroying our planet because we are more morally fucked and asinine to the creatures around us. That being said, I think there's a way to do that sustainably. Happy Easter. Happy back at you. Happy fake holidays. It's a fake holiday in my mind. I got nothing necessarily against Easter, but it's one of my least favorite fake holidays. My favorite fake holiday is Halloween, for sure. Easter's like, eh. Totally. Absolutely. Katsu. So yeah, no, that's all the like, when you want to talk about like the morality of it, that's the morality of it. Every holiday is fake and made up. Yep, this is true. Some are just faker and more made up than others. You are correct. You saw through my disguise of being a Ebenezer. Bah humbug. You don't enjoy Thanksgiving? I actually prefer Thanksgiving to a lot of fake holidays. The reason I prefer Thanksgiving is because Thanksgiving is just, yo, let's just like go have dinner with family. Minus the pressure of having to give people presents for fucking Christmas. I mean, maybe for you, Sigil. Halloween's an excuse to go to metal festivals and drink in public for me, which is great. Put blood all over my head and go to a mosh pit and thrash around and hit people. That's Halloween for me. Halloween's metal season. Heavy metal season. And, or alternatively, it's an excuse to wear, like, onesies outside. And who doesn't like wearing a onesie outside? It's, like, the one time a year where it's socially acceptable to wear a onesie to the grocery store. And who doesn't like doing that? Come on. Not that I own any onesies, but... Are both Christmas and Halloween? Yeah, I mean, if I were to like straight up state favorite holidays, it's probably Halloween and Thanksgiving. Even though like Thanksgiving is kind of a shitty one in its or origins. I like Thanksgiving purely because it's just the good part of Christmas minus the part where I have to give people gifts and get gifts because I don't want gifts from people in most cases. Then how am I not dead? Tub goats. How is my friend who hasn't eaten meat since she was like a small child not dead? I think you're missing some dietary education. I mean, probably, actually. Holy smokes, probably. Probably. Also, if you watch the very realistic documentary, Scott Pilgrim versus the World, you'll learn that vegans actually get superpowers. So, you know. Just saying. You too could have superpowers. Turn me into a newt. I mean, you look like one. There's plenty of places to get protein from outside of meats, and there's plenty of places to get your vitamins from outside of meats. Sounds biased, like most things in life. Cooler. Like most things in life. That being said, I don't know why I'm arguing for vegans here. I ain't even a fucking vegan. Not all protein is the same. Okay. And what's your point? If you don't get it, don't get it. And just exist. So does everybody else, holy spokes. If you want to go into the strict, like, and look into the actual diets of vegans, you're perfectly healthy. Because of all the beans they eat? Alright, this is just a fucking stupid discussion at this point. I think that we should just, move on to a different subject, because this is degrading into the standard discussion that this discussion goes in whenever it's brought up, which is,
I eat meat and I don't understand why you don't, or how you're not dead.
and I'm tired of it. Right? If you want to have a intelligent discussion, we can do that. If you don't want to have an intelligent discussion and you just want to say the things that you're saying and ignore reason and logic, then that's fine. Let's discuss something else. I know that, holy spokes, which is part of the reason why I'm asking to change the subject. Hard to explain while multitasking? Well, you're the one starting the whole subject and asking the questions and making the statements. So... if you're incapable of having the discussion, you shouldn't start it in the first place. Trying to deal with all of the extra bits. Because I ain't making any more crafts until I can offload what I have. Also, Stone got depressed again. Probably because he left. It's okay. Individual combat drills will fix him. Mid-autumn. 12th of Sandstone, 204. We're damn close to there. Damn fucking close. Content remembering being near a waterfall. People can be so angry, and I just don't understand it. What a good king. Now make me more ballista arrows. Got it, boss. Wrong button. Muscle memory. I think I'll end this subject like this. If people want to live in such a way where they need to micromanage their diets, I don't think it's your place to be concerned with that, you know? So if someone wants to choose to live in a way where they need to keep track of what kind of proteins they're eating and take multivitamins, if that's the way they want to live their lives and they feel good living that way, I don't think it's your place to talk about whether or not you think that that's right or a good way to live your life. If you want to live your life and chain smoke for your entire life and never leave a dark room and die young, you should be allowed to do that. If you want to eat only replacement meats, you should be allowed to do that. If you want to eat nothing but meat with every meal and be a major part in the world slowly falling apart because we're dying due to suffocating ourselves in an atmosphere that is being filled up with toxic gases from farting cattle, fuck you. But also, you should be free to do that. Unable to practice a craft, after being unable to pray, satisfied. I'm so worried. You'll be fine. Hang in there, Dwarf. Where are we at? 204 mid-autumn? I have this weird feeling in like 6 months I'm going to get a comment on the VOD from today about I can't watch you anymore because of your vegan propaganda. It's like, well, I'm not even vegan, you weirdo. I'm just responsible. You've been generating hundreds of worlds all night and crashing the game a whole lot? Dude, we need to talk at some point about working on specific worlds for races because we're going to make that happen. Like, I'm going to make that happen. I'm gonna pitch it to Kit Fox and everything. We're gonna make that shit happen. We're gonna race across the world in adventure mode, and it's gonna be a good time. I've already got someone who's interested in helping me shoutcast that shit. Adventure mode racing across the world. It'll be great. Trust me, it'll be great. We'll make that work. Has anyone ever adopted the Caves of Cud tile set to DF? Not that I'm aware of. I know that there's a Caves of Cud color set, but I don't know if anybody's made a tile set out of it. There was never an attack or a judgment. That's fine. That's not how it read. I'm simply rambling about a subject. Dub goats. But when you start critiquing and stating that it's impossible to live a certain way where that's absolutely possible to live, you're just factually wrong. So, I don't know. Like, you can totally do that. But just realize the way it looks when you do that. Multiplayer needed so we can have siege warfare. No, it's not needed. Absolutely not. If you want multiplayer Siege Warfare, go play Bannerlord or something. And to be clear, Tubgoats, I'm not attacking you. It's just think about the way you're wording things before you say them, and also then be prepared to have that discussion when you say them. And I'll also state this. I didn't get it until I nearly died. It's a multiplayer possibility. There's already mods for it. You don't want it. Trust me, you don't want it. Tarn Adams isn't ever going to do it. He's stated as much, and I don't want it either. Nobody should want it. If you're playing Dwarf Fortress and you want multiplayer, go play another video game. Quite literally, go play another goddamn video game. Or just, you know, play a tabletop RPG or something. I hope multiplayer never happens in Dwarf Fortress, because it would actually just ruin the game. It would be a lot of wasted time and resources. DFplex exists, DFnet exists, MetaDF exists, and there's one other. But you don't want that. You really don't want that. There are certain types of games that are designed with multiplayer in mind. And then there's Dwarf Fortress. Just realize that. Dwarf Fortress was not designed with multiplayer in mind. It would be so much wasted time. People complain about Dwarf Fortress's development being slow right now. Imagine if he was developing multiplayer. Someone should just make a adventure mode style combat system in a 1v1 player arena and make that game. Someone could make that game. Ages. Take like the Dwarf Fortress adventure mode combat system for wrestling and build a game that's inspired by similar mechanics with a more logical control scheme. Would be really cool. I have absolutely no interest in that. Zanny. Absolutely no interest in that. And I will continue just stating that bluntly because there's a shitty thing that people do with the internet. If I start suggesting stuff like this, then people will start to think it's fact. There's features that I've dreamed about loudly on stream before, and people start to think that they're in development. People halfway hear what I'm saying and then come back later and then quote me on it. And it's like, nope, that's not a thing that's ever been made. It's just a thing that I dream about. And then people start to assume that it's real. So when people talk about this sort of stuff, I just go, nope, do not want, because do not want. Waste of time, waste of development. Don't do it. If you want to affect the same world with other people, simply share a save file, like people have been doing since the good old days of Boat Murdered. Why did I almost blank on Boat Murdered? That's what you got to do. Just go play that shit. Trade save files. Steam version will make that easier with the workshop. We're into late autumn. I heard that you're incapable of taking a hint, Hayes. People have this weird obsession with multiplayer ever since games became popular as a multiplayer function. But multiplayer doesn't always improve the gameplay experience for everybody, and it's incredibly time-consuming on the development end. Especially when you're talking about a programmer who's spent his entire life programming algorithms to generate replayable situations and not working on network code. I never played Tory Bash. No, it's all good, Dak. It's all good. This is a discussion I have to quell on like a bi-weekly basis. I will always state that it's a strange obsession because there's certain types of games that I want to play with other people and many other types of games I don't want to play with other people. It's my opinion on the Steam version tile set. You could watch my videos on that. You don't have to be so fucking condescending, Zanny. How are we doing on animals? Down to 60. Almost done. I had an owl? I guess not. Not anymore. Oh, I caught it in a trap, that's why. I really wish we didn't get so many chinchillas in this map. One of the second biggest wastes of Dwarven energy. Maybe third? What a place to fall asleep. Underneath a crushing drawbridge on a pile of vermin corpses. It's not the safest nap time spot. Why am I suddenly very tempted to crush him? Imagine the smell. Smells like bones. Every place is good if you're tired enough? Not in a dumpster. That's about the equivalent of a dwarven dumpster. Although I have this weird feeling that dwarves kind of don't have the best sense of smell. Based on half the stuff I see them doing in Dwarf Fortress. I feel like they don't have the best sense of smell. I mean, in a world where I've seen, you know, children in Dwarf Fortress playing make-believe on a pile of corpses, like, I don't think they have the best sense of smell. I'm trying to think, what's the weirdest place I've fallen asleep while drunk? I mean, I fell asleep on the bathroom floor once. No, totally, Doc. ASCII's a little too much for you to handle, and the menus are a wee bit much for you. That's fair. Reminds me of the person on YouTube who goes, I would sleep here while playing games whenever he finds a cozy-looking spot in said games. Oh, really? I mean, I've certainly found cozy-looking rooms in video games, but pile of dead bodies is not generally one that I would consider to be cozy. I'm kind of like imagining a few of the sequences from Dishonored and just going like, man, just piles of rats writhing and piles of dead bodies. Should replay Dishonored. I loved that game. It was such a good game. It's like the last big AAA game that I genuinely loved. Speaking of stank, look at all that miasma. It really is a good game, yeah. I never played the sequel. I heard the sequel was better in a lot of ways. Or rather, I know people who like the sequel better. Ballista arrows export prohibited. That's fine. It's because the meat goes bad faster than we can use it. Because there's too much of it. It's my own fault. I produce it too fast. Which is incredible, because all they really need to do is put it into a barrel and put it into a stockpile, but I have too many barrels and not enough stockpiles. Too much meat. So I choose to just dispose of it. It's part of why there's so many dead in the missing and dead unit screen. So we're at 6,050. Curious if we can hit 10,000. Sure we will. Give it another couple of years. I think my neighbor is singing upstairs. Don't know about what. But yeah, as far as the Steam version of DF goes, I'm just excited for a lot of people to get the opportunity to play this game. I'm excited for a lot of people to get the opportunity to play a lot of games. There's a lot of games on Steam that are very obtuse in their original state, and it'll be nice for people to have the opportunity to play some of these games because, you know, a lot of people kind of miss out on a lot of really interesting games. A lot of people miss out on a lot of really interesting games because they're a bit too tricky, which is totally fine. But I think a lot of people will realize just how simple Dwarf Fortress is once they play the Steam version. Because it's not anywhere near as crazy as a lot of people make it out to be. It's a lot more approachable than all that. The main fear and scariness of it is not the UI, it's not the ASCII. The hardest part about Dwarf Fortress is just simply learning what your options are and then how to go about doing those options. Once you learn what your options are and how to go about doing those options, the game gets so much easier. Truly. Gets so much easier. That initial learning hump, though, is pretty steep, which is what scares most people off. And Stone's stopped being depressed, or am I misreading? Yep, Stone's done being depressed. Good stuff. I've never played Cultist Simulator, so I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Not a fan of card games. put cards in a game and I'm immediately less interested. And I know people will be like, but Cultist Simulator isn't a card game. Just, I'm okay. Winter is upon us. 3 months until year 200. Hype. I'm out of coffee. Sad days. You want to know what's funny? Is I literally was talking about that with Tarn. And the last time I interviewed him, I was like, what if we had it was Debug Guy as like some form of Clippy, like Microsoft Clippy that's like your tutorial character. And then he's like, but here's the thing, Debug character doesn't care about your problems. That would be your Dwarf Fortress Clippy. Although I would argue that, hold on, let me see if I can find that line on my YouTube channel. Let me just pop up that interview. I have timestamps in these. For a reason. Although there was one point in the most recent interview I did with him where he states that he would save something. He would save the RTX support for the Unreal Engine 5 port of Dwarf Fortress. So Dwarf Fortress is getting ported to Unreal Engine on the topic of stupid shit. That's not true. Yeah. We all really like him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it'd be a shame if yeah, that's possible. I mean, and also we see another thing that we didn't discuss when we were talking about the timeline of Dwarf Fortress release is also like what kind of guiding or tutorialization is sort of the what should we do? How much should we do? It's important to do some because the game is inscrutable even with buttons and things. So. What if the debug creature were to teach you how to build a workshop?
There you go. See?
But does it look like it gives a fuck? I don't know.
Does it look like it gives a fuck? I don't know. That's the good question. Does it look like it gives a fuck? What if we had the debug creature teach you how to build a workshop? But does he look like he gives a fuck? I don't know. There you go. That's a quote for the week. Tarn Adams quote of the week. What if we had the debug creature teach you how to play the game? But does he look like he gives a fuck? I mean, he'd just be like, what if you dig up all of that adamantine? Do it. Do it now. What if you harvest all of that candy? What could possibly go wrong? For a full room of monkeys to program Dwarf Fortress, that is not a question I could answer. I do, however, wish, truly, that somebody with like EA Games' budget went and made an ASCII game. Like just a game with no graphics. Like just get 300 programmers working full-time on a game without graphics for 3 years. See what they come up with. I feel like he'd be more of an indifferent teacher, like not a good teacher in the he's good at teaching sense, but like, I mean, I guess if you do this, you might do well. I don't know. I feel like I could hang out with Debug Creature. Stone crafting demonstration. There we go. Let's turn that squad off. It depends on how intelligent the monkeys training the monkeys are, yeah. Yeah, definitely. is going to be the example that you actively avoid following. No, don't tell them about the microtransactions. I mean, they wouldn't be able to sell skins. Better have an awesome soundtrack. Oh, you bet. That's actually more of what I'd be interested in seeing. I'd be very interested to see like a high budget studio make NetHack, you know? Or like a high budget studio make a Caves of Cud. Because I feel like Caves of Cud is probably like the closest thing we have to a budget or like a designed ASCII game. That or like a Cogmind, you know, that kind of style and look. They sell ASCII characters, they sell ASCII art, obviously. Although, a game that I will recommend to anybody who's curious about maybe trying to play ASCII games, but Dwarf Fortress seems a bit too daunting. Try this. War Sim, The Realm of Eslona. It's a text-based Mountain Blade. And it's like $5 CAD, so it's like $3.50 US. Neat fucking game. Neat fucking game. We're selling tile sets. Oh, there you go. Yeah, sell tile sets. Perfect. And don't allow modability. Done. Think about the endless shit they could smash into CUD. Oh, what? If they had, like, EA Games money? I mean, I can't wait to subscribe to the Caves of CUD Battle Pass. Pay $10 to revive. That kind of microtransaction shit's kind of out of fashion, though. The whole pay $1 to revive your character or pay for extra lives stuff. Pay $1 to get some water. I don't know. I feel like that stuff's just out of fashion these days. You don't see that stuff so much. Outside of mobile games, obviously. I mean, well, if a big studio made like a Slay the Spire, then for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. You would not unlock cards as you play that deck builder. You would unlock cards by paying $1 and unlocking cards. Early winter, 20th of Moonstone, 2 months left. I want to get super excited, but I feel like we still have 800 years left. We literally just had this discussion, Spitalia, but yes, definitely there would be like Dark Souls style multiplayer in any ASCII game made by a big company. I wonder what the highest budget game without graphics is. Like, that's actually like a genuine question. What is the highest budget ASCII game? Like the ASCII game with the most people working on it. That has made the most money over the years. Like, the most profitable and the highest budget ASCII game. You're shooting stuff on the other screen? Are you playing Outriders? Ultima Online was ASCII? Ultima Online wasn't ASCII. What? I'm not talking about dev hours spent. I'm talking about money spent on and profitability. The one that came before where you built a space base. I'm trying to think what game you're even talking about. I meant to say the original Ultima? The original Ultima wasn't ASCII, though. Was it? Well, I mean, it's not ASCII. It's simple graphics, but it's not really ASCII. What are you guys are just naming video games now. It would be a battle royale ordeal or an MMO. I mean, the closest thing to CDDA made by a big-ish studio is Daisy, but not ASCII, not top-down, and not turn-based. So that's what chat casually does. Just name video game. Quick, chat, name a video game that we haven't talked about today. Go. That's your challenge. Name a video game that we haven't talked about today. Realm of the Mad God? That is a video game. Yeah. I need to play Star Sector. Pong? That is a video game. So, Hobo, quit being a weirdo. Play less weird games. Destiny. That's my game. That we haven't talked about that today. No? Okay. Tennis on the oscilloscope. Nintendo presents golf. Didn't Microsoft Presents Golf? Pretty sure it was Microsoft Presents Golf was the name of that thing. And then Nintendo just had NES Golf. Or was it just golf on the NES? I don't even. Avarion. Ivorion. Yes, I know what game we're talking about. It's Battalion. Waterworld. They made a Waterworld game on the Virtual Boy? Holy shit, I need to look this up. I watched Waterworld the other day. Did that actually exist? No fucking shit. Wow. Huh. Okay then. Weird. That is weird, man. Yeah, I watched Waterworld the other day. I don't know. I don't even know. I didn't make it all the way through. I watched like the first 40 minutes of Waterworld and then fell asleep. I was trying to sleep one evening and couldn't last week. So I just put Waterworld on my phone and woke up with Waterworld on my face and was like, well, need to shut this off and go to sleep. So I did. Ninth of Opal, 1 month. I think we're going to spend the last week of the last month of winter locked inside. Sparkly, you want high boots. I mean, Waterworld wasn't a very good movie, so you know that it's totally fair there. Waterworld wasn't a very good movie, and the game's not very good either. It's totally fair. I don't know what to play this evening. I kind of want to just keep playing Dwarf Romantic, but I feel this weird pull to try and get everything there is to get in Dwarf Romantic. Because I just enjoy that puzzle process so much. Although on the topic of companies having more money to do things, I kind of really wish that the Project Zomboid guys had more people working on that game and that their code wasn't such a mess. Because people complain that Dwarf Fortress is slow. My God, Project Zomboid is slow. And they never add anything. It's like, oh, we spent 2 years making a new animation system. Also, it's not ever going to work in multiplayer because we broke our code, so we're going to spend another year writing that. It's like, what are you guys doing over there? Holy hell. Figure it out. God damn it. I'd really like to play more of that game, but, like, come on. My king was excited while performing. Is Dancing with the King like the Dwarf Fortress version of Dancing with the Stars? 16th of Opal. Does anybody else always feel like weirded out when the world rolls into spring? Or is that just me? Because I always feel very, when everybody's saying like, oh, it's springtime. I'm always just like weirdly thrown off when that happens. Everything gets springtime patches and it's all of that. And I'm just like, but like, it doesn't feel like spring. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, man, but like, we were just in the good part of the year. Now it's spring, god damn it. Oops. I opened up Steam and apparently it had a game loaded that had a trailer that automatically played. What, with spring? Unexpected catch? Yeah, it gets fucking hot. Turns into summer. The worst season of the year. But fortunately, after summer, we get fall, which is the best season of the year. So, fall can't come soon enough. But fortunately, fall's on its way. We'll get there eventually. Getting towards the end of winter in game. Man, that's a lot of didn't feeling anything after seeing a chinchilla's dead body. But then again, you really shouldn't feel anything when you see a chinchilla's dead body because it's a fucking chinchilla. It's a fucking chinchilla. You shouldn't feel anything when you see a chinchilla's dead body. Time to pour the last of my daily coffee. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do is Tuesday this week, I'm going to do a roguelike day. where we play where we play like, I don't know, Jupiter Hell or Lost Flame or something on Tuesday, and then Thursday this week or Wednesday this week, instead of playing Caves of Cud, we'll just do DF or other stuff. Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, which is Squug's book, my favorite book in this fortress. 28th Opal. Because Tuesday, I've got an appointment to go to in the afternoon. So Tuesday stream's going to be kind of short. Although maybe I'll do a night stream on Tuesday. I don't know. We'll see. Play it by ear. And investments are open. Heads up, chat. So what kind of worlds are you trying to generate, Vin? Because you said that you've been generating worlds and the game's been crashing a lot. What have you been doing that's weird that's making the game crash? I'm also kind of shocked that we're not the Mountain Home yet. Isn't that genuinely kind of weird? Late winter, 4th of Obsidian. I think on the 20th of Obsidian, I will lock all the dwarves into this area. And on the 29th of Obsidian, I will set the ballistas to be fired. Or prepare to fire, anyway. I don't know, but to those of you who care out there in chat, if you're lurking, we are 1 month out of year 200. It's not like anything particularly big and crazy is going to happen, but we're almost at year 200. And before the game just fucking crashes. You're ever changing parameters? What parameters are you trying to do specifically? Well, we're currently on 199 because we started on year 5, Sigil. You saved one of them? Gotcha. Why'd you save the particular one that you saved? Got a dwarf who's singing. 2 dwarves who are singing and dancing. Tenth of Obsidian. 20 days. It's 30 days in a month, right? Or is it 28? I actually can't remember. But we're damn close. But if anybody wants to screw around with this save file, I'll be posting it probably on Tuesday on Reddit. It's 25? I thought it was 28. I don't even. You have like 20 minutes? Not quite. A little less than that. I mean, there's not going to be much of a celebration, but I'm going to lock all the dwarves up here in, I don't know, when we hit day 20 or day 13. But we're very close. It's 28? Yeah, okay. So then we have 15 days left in game, which is bad. I don't know. little bit over 10 minutes. We're getting there. It's a pity we don't have a bigger crowd, but you know, holidays, right? Holidays, am I right? Less people watching Twitch. We did have 90 people here for a bit earlier, though. Must have been my talk about vegans. Unicorns, dwarves up here dancing. Is the king demanding anything that I need to get done? Nope. Export a ballista arrows. That's it. On the topic of things that are kind of neat and impressive, Sigil, my king was born in this fortress and inherited the throne at the age of 45 after growing up in this fortress and just being a normal-ass dwarf in the fortress for 30 years. Well, 40, actually. For a second there, I thought there was a buzzard in my tavern, but it was actually just a dog. This guy. This stray dog. This poor stray dog that has a bunch of injuries. I'm going to make it available as a pet. If somebody wants it, they can grab it. The name of the fort implies. I mean, trust me, most of this fortress is just like... the only thing that could potentially stop this fortress is my own boredom, really, at this point. It's been a lot of playing it safe and just trying to outlast things and keep the dwarven population up and babysit all of the dwarves. That's the majority of this fortress, right? But I'm only able to do this because I'm streaming, frankly. If I wasn't streaming this, I wouldn't be doing this. That, or it would take me way longer, or it would be way faster because I would just let it run all the time. I might, if I was doing this and not streaming it, I'd probably just let it run all the time. Just back it up every day. If you let it run 24 hours a day, I'd probably be in the 600s or 700s by now. And I could automate this whole fortress if I wanted to. I don't because I like having gameplay. 22nd of obsidian. All right, it's time to turn on the celebrate button. Cool. Just making sure that all the animals are staying in their proper places. They don't have anywhere to sleep up here, so we don't have too much time. 24th, 4 days in game. Let's set these two to prepare to fire and prepare to fire. Who's gonna go fire the ballista? Narvicious and Sparkly. That's fitting. The mayor and my manager are going to be the ones who get to do the honors. I don't know. In maybe a few minutes, round of beers or something. I'm not the biggest, most hypey streamer in the world, so otherwise I'd be better at this. Forgot how much burrows impact frame rate. Holy shit. All right, so they're sitting up there preparing to fire. You're day 25, like maybe a minute left. 2 minutes. Tops. 26. On the 28th, I will tell the ballistas to fire. Still on the 26th. Dwarves are all dancing. I saw one dwarf sleeping on the floor. They're all praying and socializing. Chimp's asleep in the corner. Seems about right. No, totally. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Freskins, you are absolutely correct. 27th. And yeah, I'll post the save file on the subreddit tomorrow if people would like to mess with it. Well, we'll fire them after New Year's rolls over. And game crash. Not. All right. Fire at will. That's one. For 100 years. Let's see how far it goes. Is it just going to leave the map, actually? Oh, wow. They hit the edge of the map and fall. Today I learned. So that's number one. And then that one will fire once the year rolls over. Spring has arrived. We've hit year 200. Party accordingly, chat room. While we sit in a save. Because, you know, year 200 and whatnot. I don't think anybody died of old age. Yes. Oh, man. A human arrives to pay tribute, and there's just like a ballista bolt on the ground. That's funny. That's really, really, really funny. All right, fire. And, let's follow this. Hooray! Yeah, exactly, right? Follow. Whee! Watch it just, like, hit that traitor. Meow. Dunk. Meow, bunk. And, then turn off the celebration button. And the dwarves are free! The fortress is now 200 years old, and nobody died of old age today. So that's good. The tribute is being unloaded. 1 Galena block. Excellent. Fucking 200 years old. Thanks for the $2, by the way, Freskins. Cheers, man. Thanks a ton. Whoa! Whoa! Spitalier, thank you for gifting out 10 subscriptions. To the Great Padinsky, Wave Thrash, Muradin, Jack Nurik, Infinity, Kid Pro Quo, Rosenvine, Foley, and Corso, and Mr. Xjap. I know every single one of those people. Cheers, man. Like a perfect round of successful hits from the algorithm. Thank you. Cheers, man. $200 goddamn years. I'm gonna just quickly do some sneaky behind the scenes stuff. I'm gonna go copy my save file. The Absolute Realm, copy, paste. And this will be Realm 200. There we go. Well, actually, no, I need to do that after I'm done with this. Because I haven't actually saved yet. So that's currently inaccurate. And a big round of beers indeed, yeah. Some familiar names on that list? Yeah. Man, fucking 200 years. It only took 6 months. So hopefully we can get to 500 years by the end of the year. But that's kind of the goal. Let's get 500 years by the end of the year. Ugh, man. So much longer to go. So much further to go. So much further to go. And seriously, thank you so much for gifting out 10 subs, Spitalier, and thanks for the $2, Breskins. Cheers, guys. Here's to the next 800, right? Here's to the next 800. I'm actually just going to quickly save and then reload the save. I'm just going to copy the save file. Because I need to have a copy of this world for people who would like to mess with it, you know? Absolute Realm, copy, paste. And year 200. There we go. So now I've got that one, which is the one I just did. Early spring, year 205. I'm kind of just in shock. I don't know. Like, this is just such a long period of time to be running a single world. Such a goddamn long period of time. Such a goddamn long period of time. Wait, what? The mayor has discovered the use of water-based devices to tell time. They've finally discovered water clocks. They've been discussing water clocks for like 15 years. Neat. One of the first things after spring. They discover the use of water clocks. Spring's arrived. Annual tributes arrived, the weather cleared. Kodal the bull was missing. It started raining, and the mayor discovered 11 days into year 200 the use of water clocks to tell time. Is elated after making a breakthrough concerning the use of water-based devices to tell time. I've made a breakthrough regarding the use of water-based devices to tell time. Such elation I feel. It only took 200 years to invent a fucking clock. Water clock reservoirs. It's a new thing. And everybody's got mandates. Ballista arrows. Great. Some things never change, I guess. It only took 200 years. I mean, imagine where we'll be at in 800, man. Imagine where we will be at in 800 years. Well, if aviation doesn't sit on all the inventions, maybe in space. I mean, hopefully. I wonder, like, what kind of space thing. I wonder what's the weirdest thing the dwarves are capable. Man, now I want to ask Tarn that. What's the strangest thing dwarves are capable of learning about? A great year for dwarf kind? No, totally. I mean, time passes by and long death continues. Chat, genuine question. Do you guys enjoy watching this fortress? I feel like it's funny because like I constantly have this thought in my head of like, God, it's got to be really boring to just watch this fortress because it's the same fucking fortress. But at the same time, I watched a person speedrun Super Monkey Ball for like 3 years straight. So it can't be that bad, can it? Oh, hey, Vim ML is now a peasant. Heads up, Vim. You grew up. She likes self-writing iron rubicel, cougar eel bone, alpaca wool, and rope reed fabric, quivers, and the sound of the blossom of songs. Well, you like quivers, so I'm going to give you hunting. You like fabrics, so I will give you weaving and clothes making. We'll give you all the other jobs. And also tanning. It does roll very far. This is true. One could say it also rocks. Also, some of the people that I knew from that community are still, or rather recently, put a game into early access on Steam. Yeah, this thing. Here. Those are people who are making Super Monkey Ball ROM hacks. Ironically, I never got good at Super Monkey Ball. I just really enjoyed that stream. Never even particularly liked that game. My top 5 guest on games? I have no idea what you're asking. I have no idea what that question means. I mean, technically I'm at war with the goblins right now. Savturka. Or we are here, is that not evidence enough? I don't know, man. People tuning into streams and watching streams is always, I don't speak French, so that's difficult, unfortunately. Top 5 management games. Can I do 5 in no particular order? If I can give you 5 in no particular order, not a strict top 5, I could give you 5 favorite management games. So in no particular order, SimCity 3000, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe, Dwarf Fortress, now I'm thinking. It's between a few. That last one's hard. Yeah, I don't know about that last one. But Dwarf Fortress, Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe, SimCity 3000, and Dwarf. What was the other one? I don't know. I don't know. That's hard. There's so many. There's too many. Probably like a Software Inc., but I also haven't gone back to that game in a long time. I don't know. It's a good question. Good question. Oh, they finally decided to do that. Clear out that all that crap from the corner. Wait, what? The fuck? Oh, there's just a water buffalo in that cage. I mean, of course, SimCity 3000 is not going to grow hair. SimCity 3000 is not a person. People grow hair. Games don't grow hair. Aren't you disappointed for asking stupid questions? It's almost like if I held disappointment and sadness about stuff like that for 20-something years, I would be a significantly more depressed person than I already am. Why do I need more depression in my life? Why do I need to focus on things that never got new versions of games? Why do I need to read your moronic question when I could just play other games? Which is what I do. Frequently. It works. Also, SimCity 4 was great. What the fuck are you talking about? Sheesh. Like, one of the best soundtracks in a video game ever. Period. Pharaoh. That's the fifth one. Pharaoh. The first one. Had to think about it for a little bit. Pharaoh. Someone should go get their ears checked. I said Pharaoh, not Zeus. Pharaoh. You're not English native, so it's trouble. It's not from you. Okay. I think I get what you're saying. You certainly do a very good job, you know. That new one, Nebuchadnezzar, looks good. I played a bit of it. It's not. It's really not. I'm looking forward to that Pharaoh remake, though. This one. Because, like, look at this shit. Look at it. It's beautiful. God damn it. This. I played Pharaoh first. It's nostalgia. Zeus is also good, but I played Pharaoh first. Hobo, so I prefer Pharaoh. I'll tell you what will not be first. When people stop asking irrelevant questions that don't matter. Like, what will be first, Dwarf Fortress Remake or Pharaoh? Because they're not remaking Dwarf Fortress. They're just making an official tile set and changing the current game's UI. A remake would imply that they were remaking the whole game, which they're not doing. Pharaoh, on the other hand, is supposed to come out this year. So, probably Pharaoh. But what is the true question is when will people stop, you know, making stupid questions. First don't will be Star Citizen for sure. The hell happened to my chat's grammar today? Well, Star Citizen's already out and playable, so. Are you here to participate in the chat with interesting discussion, or are you just here to make dumb comments? So if you're just here to meme and make dumb comments, there's lots of other channels on Twitch where you could do that. If you're here to actually like participate in intelligent conversation, you're welcome to stay. Otherwise, like, what the heck are you even doing? First don't will be Star Citizen for sure. Good job. Oh, really, Hobo? I found my Sid Meier's Railroad and Roller Coaster Tycoon CD last night. And Age of Empires 1 and Age of Empires 2 CDs. Forgot that Age of Empires 2 had the subtitle Age of Kings. I actually completely forgot that. And on the original disc, it has the subtitle The Age of Kings, which I think is kind of neat. I remember being super excited when Age of Empires 3 was announced. I had to put meta progression in it. Ruins all video games. Meta progression. Ruining video games since Age of Empires 3. Yeah, it sounds familiar, Zephyr. I never had the expansion, though. Well, at least not until the remakes. Sumerians. Now that I've somehow missed. Let me look that up. Oof, this is ugly. Not a fan of this graphic style. Yeah, nah, thanks. I'm good. Yeah, no thank you. I'll pass on that one. I like Pharaoh because of the puzzle nature of it. Not a fan of that look, though. Not a fan of that. Loud bang outside. What the fuck was that? Yeah, I could see people enjoying Sumerians, but I'm looking at I looked at the graphics of it and like, you know, it's funny. We all have our limits, right? For a lot of people, it's ASCII, but for me, it's like I'm really not a fan of like basic 3D games. Like I feel like in order to I feel like you can get a lot more out of 2D sprites in a game like that than you can out of 3D. There was that other game too. It was like, oh man, hold on a second. Let me look it up. Because there was like a steampunk one that I never played it, and I remember it wasn't very well received. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, and I know it came out recently. I mean, I was literally just talking about Nebuchadnezzar. I played it a little bit off stream. It's not very good. It was missing something, and I can't quite place what it is, but There just wasn't enough of any of it. There wasn't enough variety. There wasn't enough interest. There wasn't enough anything. Man, what was the name of that game? Yeah, Path of Lethis. That was it. Path of Lethis. Wasn't that game bad? Yeah, Lethis, Path of Progress. That was it. Yeah, it was bad. This thing. This was a game I wanted to be good, but supposedly, like, the developers of this game wanted to go make an MMO. And to my knowledge, are still working on an MMO in that world. So Longdeath making it? Totally. I mean, that's totally fair, but it's... Oh, they did make an MMO. What? Hold on a second. Oh, no, they didn't. They made, like... What the fuck is this? Huh. Yeah, apparently the Lethis people went on to make this. Lethis Daring Discoveries? Huh. I like the look, but apparently it's not great. Nobody bought it. Bad reviews. Weird. Lettuce. Yes, there you go. Tasty indeed. Apparently it's a tablet game. Weird. Weird. I just remember reading about the Lethis Path of Progress developers wanting to like make that world into a franchise of different genres of games. They were working on an MMO or something. Oh, hey, they're discussing nerves now. That's nerve-wracking. Anxious after pondering nerves. I would be too. Content after pondering conical water clocks. Are they? Hold on a second. I've never really looked too close. Oh, wow, it is, actually. You're right. Shit. Uh-oh. Now I'm suddenly worried about the Pharaoh remake. Yeah, no, I played the first 2 levels of Nebuchadnezzar off stream and kind of just decided I didn't want to play any more of it. My issue is it's like... It was missing something. But, I don't know, if they just make Pharaoh again, which is supposedly what they're doing, probably it'll be okay. Fingers crossed. Now I'm suddenly worried. Now I'm suddenly worried. But supposedly they're just making the exact same game again. Everything I've read about that remake is they're just making that game. So, I don't know. If they just make that game, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be gone. No risks, just build your city and that's it. Yeah, which is why I kind of passed. I don't know. I like a little bit more life in my games, I guess. Although the city builder that I'm sort of holding out for, I don't know if anybody here played a game called City State. But City State was a weird game. It ran in fucking... It was made by a solo developer out of the Philippines, I think. I think that's where he was from. And it ran in HTML5. Like, very weird game. But it's getting a sequel, which is supposed to come out in September, which looks kind of neat. I mean, it's fully 3D, but I don't know. Like, it looks... I like the look of the land generation. No, not city states. City state. But yeah, no, the original City State was made by this guy. I streamed it twice, I think. Yeah, I streamed it twice. I beat the game. I built everything there was to do in it. He eventually added weird shit that I never saw, like you can go to Mars. But like it's sort of neat. Like it's possible to profit off of like gentrification in this game in a way that's actually kind of really neat. You can like completely obliterate the lower class people and just like make everybody live in slums and make all of your money off of taxing the rich and taking bribes. Or you could like go the opposite direction and make a utopia, and then fuck everybody over in a different way. It's kind of a weirdly dark game, but had some neat ideas. Wasn't great. Like, I don't know if I would recommend that game to anybody, but I don't know, if you're into really weird city builders, it's a fun like 2 days. But I'm curious to see what he does with the sequel. Really curious to see what he does with the sequel. You want to just like ban the internet? You could do that in that game. You just like make usage of social media illegal. It's a weird game. It's a very strange game. It plays with extremes that bigger budget city builder never would do. But we are safely into late spring, year 205. We've been playing Dwarfs for just under 6 hours. I think it's time for us to swap games. I think, yeah, I think that's it for Dwarfs for today. We made good progress. We made it to, we made it to year 200, everybody. But we're going to keep streaming. We're just switching games. I don't think anybody else is streaming DF right now. Yeah, there's just that 24/7 Dwarf Fort bot, which is running. The other one, Xavier Man's 24/7 DF bot running. So if you want to watch a bot play DF, you could do that. But we're going to go play or place some chill tiles in Dwarf Romantic. That's what we're going to do for the remainder of the stream. So if you're sticking around, that's cool. If you're piecing out, that's also cool. But if you're piecing out and you want more Dwarf Fortress, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. And if you join my Discord, you can get live notifications and witness it. Also, if you want to support the shenanigans I'm doing with this really long fortress, I have a Patreon. Just like everybody. Surprised my mom doesn't have one at this point. We're going to go play Dwarf Romantic, which is a chill little town builder in a puzzle format, which I really enjoy. But, yeah. If you're sticking around, can I get a big round of beers? I lean back a little bit. Time to just get comfy. Also, mods, did the title update? Got that puzzler goal again, which is oddly tricky to pull off. I need to connect 100 tiles without repeating two. Need to connect 80 oceans, and I'm working on self-sufficiency. Definitely Romancing Town. It's good stuff.